Now that is an interesting spawn. Right above a cave with a zombie. Hi and welcome to a brand new series in a brand new world for a brand new epic adventure. I was waiting for quite a long time to do this and it's finally the time. There's so much new content in this game that I haven't really properly tried out yet. And there are also so many plans I have. And we're in a beautiful new world. I mean, ever since Caves and Cliffs Part 2, we have now that crazy terrain. I mean, we are not ready to go in even though... Oh, there's iron. Maybe we should go in there right away. So let's grab some wood. You know, how you always start a Minecraft world. But maybe one tree that isn't too connected so we don't have floating leaves. Because no one likes floating leaves. But I'm so excited for this. And as you can see, it is not entirely vanilla. There are some subtle changes, like leafier leaves, but these are all more or less just for the looks, and mostly vanilla tweaks. Some few textures I made myself, but mostly it's vanilla. The world is not entirely random, I've picked it beforehand, because there was something I was looking for, but all I know is the terrain, as well as some of the biomes around, but nothing in terms of structures or anything like that. Didn't want to spoil myself. Okay, I was about to jump down there, but because of water, but that goes deeper than I thought. So let's not do that. But rather go the safe route. Is it safe? Safe enough. Is that actually... Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, at least... So maybe if we stand close... Oh yeah, that works. Can we put something... Will that fall? Seems safe. Okay, I don't want to make too much of a mess right away. As you know, this is spawn. And I like my spawn areas. So let's preserve it at least... Oh, we don't have coal. So much about smelting the stuff. Yeah, you know what? Maybe... There's so much iron around. Okay, maybe we just grab stuff and go. Because I don't want to head into a cave right away anyway. So we don't have to smelt it right away. And maybe we'll find some surface coal somewhere. Because, you know, nighttime is a thing. Nighttime will come. But... Of course I've made another pickaxe. Why wouldn't I? Then I need to grab a bit more stone. Oh boy. Immediately as you hit the record button, you lose the majority of your brain cells. It's just how it goes, isn't it? Okay, how do I get out of here now? 9 is 9 cobblestone enough, maybe? Yeah, we don't need a stone sword. We have an axe. Way better than a stone sword, isn't it? But what we probably would need is more wood. No pun intended. But maybe let's grab the birch tree, so we have this sapling down. And also look for some food, because my potato meter is declining, isn't it? There are some bees around. And I'm playing on hard, so we could totally starve. And there are sheep, so... Yeah, I need some coal, otherwise I need to kill them. You know, I'm not that cruel. Where is the sun even? Where is it? Where's the sun? Can't find it. It's gone. Seriously, where? Oh. Is that going down? Oh dear. That wasn't a full day. What happened? Yeah, maybe we just need to use some wood. I think that's what we need to do. Maybe let's do it the professional way. So we can grab a bed in time. Potentially. We only need 2 pieces of iron. Then we can shear the sheep and hope it regrow. Oh god. Don't have anything to eat. That's already going well. Already going well. But I mean, we can then also do a shield. Where were the sheep? Maybe I do have to kill them after all. There's one. That's good. But the other one was grey, which is a bit of an issue. Okay, we have 2 pieces. 2 pieces again. They all have different colors, which I mean is lovely. but doesn't help us to... Oh, awesome. Awesome. And 3 pieces at once. Yeah, the sheep knew we needed stuff. Alright, let's put that into the crafting table. Put that bed here and sleep as quick as possible. Oh boy. Good. We survived our first night. So what is the most important thing? An iron pickaxe, I suppose. Because that's always important. And then maybe we do make an iron sword. But we still have no food whatsoever. So what is our plan? As I've said... Oh, there are pigs. Yeah, as I said, I know already the biomes and the terrain of the seed a little bit because there was something specific I was looking for. We grab one of those. And that also means I already know where we're going to settle. But I want to explore a little bit anyway. But if we explore anyway a little bit, then that means we can't start a farm right away, but we have to grab other sources of food. Which of course we already have now with the pork chops. Okay, food. Good. Oh, yeah, dummy, there are fish. Which is one of the best early game food sources probably. Wait, can I use charcoal to make a campfire? Why is my inventory such a mess already? Oh boy. I think... Isn't it something like that? Yay. And then we can be very efficient. You know? Efficient? I'm sorry. Oh, and there's already a drowned. How lovely. Oh, and I totally forgot about the trident, guys. We have to be careful at the seas. And where are my fish? Actually, I should only grab one type of fish because of inventory, but... Where would be the fun in that, you know? Where's my rotten flesh? My sign of victory. You know, it's the first rotten flesh in this world, so it's special. Yeah, I'm still kinda looking for... Oops, sorry. Oh, there would be some coal. Or would have been some coal. It's too late now. I mean, I can grab... Oh boy. What am I even doing? Seen something green? Yeah, there's a creeper down there too. So let's be careful. Also, there's no need for me to be greedy. Says he while grabbing all the coal. I grab that copper because maybe... I don't know. Maybe we find amethyst. Then we can make a spyglass. That would be awesome. But now let's head out of here, pack our things and leave. Because that's not where we're gonna settle. We have a little bit of... mess. That is the word. We have a little bit of mess. Come here. I need your wool. Thank you. It's all for a good cause. Trust me. Some turtles, more sheep, more horses. But we haven't seen any cows so far. And the only pigs we've seen we've killed. Which maybe wasn't the best choice. Okay, you know what? We make a birch boat, because then we can get rid of this singular birch. Plank. Oh. There's a pig and... outpost. Don't want to get too close to that. But... then again, I want to check something out. Because there's a cage. I mean, we will be back here for any potential rescue missions. We won't do that right away, but I just want to know. Okay, that's a golem. There's another cage. They're already on my case. Is that one empty? I can't really see anything from here. Okay, there's certainly a golem. But... Oh, they hit hard. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving, it's not worth it. We have to come back eventually. But I'm not prepared for that. Not at all. Where's my boat? The unfortunate thing about this seed is that for some of the biomes and wood types we have to... Oh, there's a portal. We have to travel quite far. There's a portal. Oh, there's some cows. But there's a portal. What does it have? Sure. Is my boat in danger? Don't think it is. But of course, that one block. That one block. Oh, silk turd. Mending. Mending. Wow. I mean, it's gold, but it's actually quite... That's not bad stuff. Okay, but we have to leave it here. I take the silk touch in case I need it. And actually with that... I know I was saying I want to do a little bit of exploration first, but... Looking at our inventory, I think it would be smart to check out the beautiful island I've chosen. And empty our pockets. I've chosen that kind of large island, which I think is the right size for this Let's Play series to build pretty much on every part of it. Maybe not literally every part of it, but make it our own entirely. For that, of course, we need something that's not too small, but also not too massive. And that has just the right size. Oh, and there are wolves. Beautiful. I can't really show you from the ground, but you know, the width isn't too massive. It's already ending here, but it's fairly long. And there are also smaller islands nearby, which we could also include in the process if we want to, if we need to, if we have to. Like over there. So if you have any ideas or requests what you want to see in this series, feel free to leave them down in the comments. I will read them and maybe even include them. And there's a shipwreck. Which is awesome. But before we explore that, I think we go back to the beach, plop down a chest, and sort out our inventory, right? No, look at it. Isn't it adorable? Alright, I've now sorted out our inventory, and I've also got the stuff from the nether portal. And look at how much junk we already have. But I think with that, we are ready for looting. Oh, is that another portal? Right next to the ship? Oh wow. Talking about acquiring junk. But I mean... I'm not mad about... Ooh. Yeah, it's a bit of a precarious spot. I'm not mad about the free gold. Certainly not. Oh, and a golden apple, golden pants? Is it getting night time? It is. Okay. Yep, maybe unbreaking or mending. Maybe unbreaking, because there isn't too much XP I'm expecting right away. Let me sleep. This is awkward now. What is that? What is that? Is that a sunken structure? What on earth? It looks like a witch hut but underwater. The shipwreck has to wait. Oh. Wait, oh! That's an upside down shipwreck. Now that's fancy. Let's see. I mean, I think this one doesn't have a treasure chest, probably. But it... Oh! Smithing templates! Awesome! Potatoes, carrots and bamboo! That is very awesome. It's just what I needed. No, I was talking about some biomes being far away. One of them is a jungle. So, having bamboo here is awesome. There's another chest. Oh, and we have a treasure map. To be honest, finding the smithing templates in a shipwreck seems kinda OP. It's way too easy. Oh, and that shipwreck is kinda attached. Maybe we could do something with that. Transform it into something? Huh. That could be an idea. But is there a chest? Yep, there's one. More coast armor trim. But also other exciting stuff. Yeah, these shipwrecks are just so powerful in the early game. Okay, another treasure map. And a leather pants with curse of binding. Alright. Yes, just what I wanted. But we have moss, which is also kind of exciting, cause it's also a material I will be using quite a lot, even though lush caves shouldn't be too difficult to find. Still, very excited about that. Okay, let's go back home because our inventory is completely full once again. What a great start. And we have 2 treasure maps, so that is certainly something we have to do. But probably not this episode, because I want to get to building, so we save the treasure hunt for next one. Does that sound like a plan? I think that sounds like a plan. So let me get back home, established, and then we can think about our first building in this world. This beach area where we landed is in fact also where I want to build our starter base. However, before we can do that, we have to remove this giant pile of sand. Hello, Enderman. Don't mind me, I'm not going to look at you. But you could help me with the sand, buddy. Did I underestimate how painful it is to dig up that much sand with nothing but stone tools? Yeah, I did, I certainly did. And I've also started farming a bit of rain. No, not rain, but spruce wood. The lovely spruce wood. And we can start planning out, even in the rain. I've grabbed a bit more wood and have now filled in the pier, so you can really get an idea of what I'm going here with. But I have a confession to make. Before we can really continue with this build, or actually probably start, I need to gather some materials that are actually not so starter basey. One of them is bamboo, which we luckily found, but the other 2 materials we need are 1 iron for hanging signs, because I definitely need hanging signs, and the other is deep slate. So in other words, we have to head into a mine or a cave or a hole or something like that and grab these materials first, and hopefully not die. And I found a quite promising looking hole already. Oh, torches. How can I forget about torches? Then oh, yeah, a shield I think would be a smart idea. It was somewhere over here. Is it? I think it must be. Oh yes. That's promising. And also... you know, I was itching to take out my bow. Not sure how I'm supposed to survive that. But okay, there's also some iron. I think we have to smelt on the way. Because with just golden pants, I don't feel particularly safe, as you can no doubt imagine. Iron. Awesome. I feel much better already. Oh! Okay, I certainly don't want to get hit by that one. Oh, but it dropped iron. That's very, very kind. And there's tons of iron around. Well, that is exactly what I want to see. Right? Hi guys, how's it going? Oh, these are the new bats. I've never seen them in game. Okay, let's grab the iron. While we have a bit of peace for a moment. Because I'm sure it won't last long. There is so much iron, but in kinda risky spots. Oh yeah, drop creep alert! Oh god, that scared the living hell out of me. Oh. Yeah, don't get distracted by potential drop creepers if there are actual zombies attacking you. Yeah, there are certainly many creeper potentially. Creeper potentially, is that a phrase? Potential creepers. Like one there. But that is a method that always works. Just block them. If you don't want to hear anything from them, block them. Easy as that. Was that hole before here? Because a creeper explosion isn't that powerful, is it? That is certainly deep slate. So that's awesome. And there's a lush cave. And then we can actually make a complete set of iron armor. Look at me. And I'm looking fancy. And head back into this abyss. Yeah, maybe not. Spoke too soon. Yeah, it will pathfind to me, that's good. Okay, it's getting a bit dangerous now. Okay, I think we handled that well. At least well enough. Did it drop anything of value? 2 arrows. I mean, that's a start. Yeah, Yeah, it just... Let's deal with it that way. Okay, that's our lush cave. Sure. Sure. Uh-huh. The biggest lush cave I've ever seen. Look what we found! That also means we have calcite, which is also a material I will use quite a lot of. Not on the starter build, but certainly later on. Oh, and there are pillagers. Let's ignore them for a minute. And the wolves are going for a swim, which is adorable. But for our first trip into the deep, deep abyss, you know, basically going in there naked without anything, I think that is quite a decent haul. And gives us all the resources we need to properly commence this build. Right, friends? Right. But unfortunately I did not get a single bone. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Hello there. I've been busy collecting up all these resources as fast as elvenly possible in the early game, which is not very fast and very costly as you go through many iron tools. But with all that, we can finally begin. First, we need to outline our building. And I want the pillars to, you know, not be flush with the wall, but rather stick out, to have a little bit more of depth. And now for the walls, to give it a bit of variation, I'm thinking about using oak. In its strip form once again. Something like that. Now the other question is, where the roof line is supposed to start. Is that a look? Yeah, no. Let's change that. Yeah, I think we might have to do it a bit pointier, because like that it really just looks like a barn. Yeah, I think that's more like it. So let's fill in the walls. Why is it raining again? Apparently we are on the British Isles, because it's constantly raining in this world. Rather than doing that, we could also use just planks. I think that's too much wooden planks. I like the idea, but not the execution. Nope, not sold on it. Yeah, I like that. Let's go with that. But before we fill in the rest of the walls, let's fill in the roof. And that is where the bamboo will come in handy. Now, a bit of a complicated area is this intersection here. Because the front triangle is 1 block taller, as it should be. However, I don't want to have another triangle here. And maybe have just a small triangle. I think that's perfect. A tower. I know, it's at the moment the saddest little tower you've seen in a long time, probably. But before we sort out the top, I think it would be important to sort out the interior first. One question is, will we have a second floor on this? And maybe just like an, I don't know, indoor balcony, when we have to fill in this crawl space? Well, I mean, that's an interesting gap I've created here, isn't it? Ah. Yeah, that's something. Could we do something with that? Silly question, obviously we can, but the question is, what would we do with that? Leave me your ideas if you have any. Would be cool for hide and seek, but then again, this is a single player world, so no one's gonna hide or seek. Yeah, we definitely need windows. That's maybe one important thing, and yes, we are back to stone axes. That's how poor I am. Ah, here they are. Light grey glass panes. They are a pain, aren't they? I think having tinted glass looks always a little bit nicer than just plain white, and let us grab some hanging signs. Which are expensive and awkward to craft, let me tell you. But they look adorable. Let's leave it like that for now. And worry about it later, because we also need some windows downstairs. Yeah, but I think that looks fine. Give me my glass pane back. I didn't use silk touch for nothing. Do we need windows in this thing? Would they look alright or would they look awkward? That one? Definitely awkward. As you can see, I've now changed a few things around. Added deep slide bricks to the bottom as well as some cracked ones. Yeah, just kidding. I built the top. the top of the tower, and I decided to have an open viewing platform. However, being up here, I remember that I wanted to try something. Because I'm not perfectly content with how the top bit looks, yeah, I think that improves things. Quite a lot actually. And in case you're wondering about the spikes on the roof, on the very tippity top, I have no idea what they are. No clue. Just thought it looked kinda nice, and you know, it kinda looks a bit like a trident, which I thought would be quite fitting for the theme, so it's just what we're going with. And I think it is now time to decorate the interior. I've started, well actually with the exterior, added a door, a little roof, with a lantern, and I thought about this awkward little space up here. I think it would be perfect for my bedroom, right? And we can already try it out while we watch the beautiful sunset. Well, we have to watch it a little bit longer. And thinking about that, we could put a trapdoor here for, you know, decorating, as it looks much cozier then. And then we can place another trapdoor from the inside, so it's flush with the wall. This way it's much less obvious. Alright, and maybe rather than a night table, why not a crafting table? And a flower pot on top. And then I thought, because that looks a bit awkward, the wall, we could have a painting here. No, not villagers staring at me. Please not. That's kinda cute. Yeah, let's go with that. Maybe let's add a chest back after all, because I like to have some personal storage. Maybe let's start at the back, because I thought this would be the perfect area for some storage, and something we certainly should add is certainly a fireplace. Otherwise it will become very cozy and cold here. Or not cozy at all, rather. And I think we do have to make it kinda tall. Otherwise we will have all the smoke up there, and that is certainly not what we want. That certainly is one kind of a chimney, isn't it? Maybe let's scale it down a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks way more reasonable. And thinking about that, maybe we should hide the blast furnace in here. And how about some shelving? Oh, for another flower? Yeah, sure, why not? Is it weird having a painting of a poppy right next to a poppy? I think I'll leave it like that. You know, it might be a bit weird, but I'm fine with weird. And thinking about it... Oh. That's an interesting functionality. So let's have a pumpkin man up there, but maybe swap those around. Much better. Maybe a carpet wouldn't be the worst. Yeah, maybe something like that. But coming back to where we began, there's one final thing to do, and that is about the pier, because it currently looks a bit plain. And you also might remember that I've talked about hanging signs and how awkward and expensive they are. And yet we have only used about 5, because where I want to use them is here as a railing. Because they look just awesome as such, don't they? And we also top those off. Eventually I want to have dark oak slabs up here, but obviously we don't have access to them just yet. Oh, and it's raining again. Of course. And while I'm at it, I've also added this lower pier for smaller crafts and vessels, like regular Minecraft boats. And I think, all in all, our starter area comes together quite nicely, don't you think? Yeah, I think that looks quite awesome, especially with the chimney down the middle. Oh, wow. Do you see what I see? We found our first diamonds. Is it just 3? Nope. Alright. Alright. 5 it seems. Which is the exact right number for a pickaxe and an enchanting table. Oh boy. Oh, it actually can get to me. Or can it? Not too sure about that. Apparently not. Oh, it was just as stupid the first time round, it seems. And he brought a buddy. Of course. Get out of here. No one likes you. And the creepers they just come back. Doesn't matter how many you kill. They always respawn. Okay, one sees me. No, both... Oh god. Fine. Fine. Not a bad haul, if I do say so myself. During our caving trip I've also got a very decent bow from a skeleton. That's not a repaired one, it just dropped like that. And also a decent amount of bones. So if we come across another wolf, we might be able to tame it. And by the way, I also made some subtle changes to our house. Added some leaves, I totally forgot about it last time. With the iron I got from the cave, finally put those iron fences there. As well as included another furnace and turned the table into a crafting table. Alright, where are our wolf friends? Wasn't one always around the cave? Huh. So oddly quiet in here. Fox, do you know where the wolves have gone? Or did you chase them away? Well, no answer's an answer as well, I suppose. But until recently it was really so full of life here. Now the wolves are all gone. Oh, there's one. Alright. Hi, friend. Nope. Maybe? This time? Yay! Best friends forever. Come with me, dude. We need to give you a name. Maybe something watery related, because, you know, that's where the starter base is. Come in, don't be silly. Dude. Dude. Okay, you stay outside then. Your own fault. If you have any name suggestions, please leave them in the comments, because I'm bad with names. And in between clips I've also gone back into the mines, to gather the calcite from the geode, more deep slate, and also farmed more wood and bamboo, as well as got rid of some very pesky visitors. So we are finally able to start building in peace. Well, not quite yet. Because one thing we have to keep in mind. You see this kinda shallow beach? That is not what I want for the harbor area. I want to do some dramatic terraforming around here. However, I don't really have the resources or tools to do it right away, as we want our farms exactly behind me, however. We have to keep that in mind and, I don't know, have to build some dirt platforms, which will look very ugly, I know, but trust me, once the terraforming is done, it will look awesome. I now filled it in with stacks upon stacks of cave dirt, and I've left enough space for the stone cliffs to come into play. That's why the beach still extends all the way back. And that also means the shaping is not anything close to final, but it just gives us a, at the moment, totally flat base for our building. But also the surface of that hill is not supposed to remain that flat. And of course it's raining again. Why wouldn't it be? In broad daylight. The audacity! Of course I can't hit you because of all the foliage. Jesus. And the next one! Didn't took a minute. Be gone. And I hear another one. How many are there? Maybe I do have to light it up after all? Even though I'm not a big fan of lighting up surface caves. That is a spawner! Oh wow. I'm in danger here, but that is awesome. I had no idea. We live directly above a spawner. Wow. Okay, let's Let's get the torches in, shall we? Our shield is almost dead. Okay. Okay, be quick now. There's more. Yep. But they shouldn't be able to spawn anymore. And as I've said, our shield is almost dead. Okay, but are we then... Yep, we are clear. Name tag, iron horse armor. Oh, diamond horse armor. 2 saddles, nothing too fancy, but won't complain. But I'll leave it here for now, as it's really directly next to our base. And what I mean by directly next to our base, that's a spawner. Well, then we follow up that cave. And that is where we are currently building. And that's our starter base. So it couldn't be any closer. Okay, enough distractions for today, because otherwise I will never get that barn built. I got a bit ahead of myself now. I had mocked up a design for our building, so the side walls have 2 large openings where the animals are gonna be and a small window on top. I think we will probably use that for storage of, you know, make-believe storage for hay bales and stuff like that. Of course we can also store animal-related and farm-related stuff up there, but we probably won't use it much, just for the looks of it. And currently it looks a bit weird, because that copper stripe is supposed to be fully oxidized copper eventually. And for the stalls we have these small arches where we have to use polished diorite, but I think that looks alright. If you don't look too close, you almost don't even realize it. I see you. But aren't these guys just so annoying? Just annoying. However, now it's not just a matter of copying that 4 times over, as I want to have that 3rd section as an underpath, and that is also where the structure will be a bit taller, with probably a small crane for lifting up heavy things, and as something extra, I want to have a small greenhouse attached to it. Because all around the back, I want to have crop fields, so between the animals and the crops, a small greenhouse for, you know, the more tropical things, I think makes sense. So we will end up with hopefully an interesting shape, especially looking from the water. But as that means lots and lots of blocks to be placed, and many of them very similar to each other, I think this is the perfect opportunity for our very first time-lapse in this series. Enjoy! Not underneath my house. What are you thinking you're doing there? And here it is. The almost finished barn. There's still a bit of work to do, and of course the copper still has to oxidize, but the bulk is done. Let me show you around. First of all, these path blocks are not supposed to stay, but I want to exchange them with mud blocks eventually, but for that we need wheat, and as you see, we don't have any planters yet. And that is also the reason why I haven't even bothered with the interior, because for that we need lots and lots of hay bales. And oh yes, we had visits by so many wandering traders. We have 3 of these small stalls, which we will fill with sheep and cattle, hopefully this episode. The 3rd one is over here, which has also the access to the greenhouse. However, I realized that for the greenhouse we need actually green dye, because I want the glass to be cyan colored. And yeah, I don't have a cactus yet, so I just decided to leave the greenhouse unbuilt. And yes, we have a 2nd floor with small windows, as well as a loading area in the middle with a crane. And did I spend all of my last iron on these chains? Yes, I did. And it kinda wasn't a wise decision, but then again, I don't regret it. Because it looks awesome. And despite having not a massive footprint, the barn turned out much larger than I originally anticipated, but I'm now very happy with it. Maybe the roof could use a little bit more texturing? Hang on. I'll figure it out. Yo. Can these be made into stairs? Yeah, that was definitely the right call. It's subtle, but just adds that little bit of texturing that's necessary. And with that, I think it is finally time for the crop fields, because I'm sick of jumping into the water and hunt for fishes. And also I need wheat desperately for the path, as well as for hay bales. So, let's start with that, shall we? I'm thinking, if we have it come down here a little bit, then we have the ability to raise the planters a little bit up, because I think it just looks nicer to have them bordered like that. And then we can plant our first seeds. Will these actually grow underneath there? And on this side it will eventually connect to the cliffs. In one way or the other. We have to figure it out when we get there. But now it's time to plant the all-important taters. Awesome. Then maybe the carrots over there. And to get that farm kick-started, we certainly should use the bone meal that we do have. As I also realized, I used all of the wheat I had for the packed mud, so for attracting animals, we need some wheat anyway. And now for the sheep. There were some. Some were in this forest. But I'm not sure if they're still here or if they've left, you know, taken a boat and disappeared. Or a skeleton shot them, or the wolves ate them. Oh, there's one. He said, oh. Okay, they got themselves stuck. Of course. Can you fit? Let me grab this dirt, I need that. Can you fit here, or are you too wide? Maybe a bit too wide. Okay. Oh, you're already up there. How did that happen? Alright, 2 sheep. It's all I need. And 2 cows, of course. But I'm not sure if there are any on this island. So we might have to import them by boat. Ah, come on. You know you want that wheat. You know you do. Seriously? Seriously? I'm not breaking the fence. You figure that out. I have faith in you. One has to go first. It's just unbelievable. Really unbelievable. I push that one back and then maybe... It doesn't matter what you do. It just doesn't. Okay. Now one's in. Mm-hmm. That was painful. We desperately need something to eat now. And I'm kinda refusing to eat more fish. Had enough of them. I think I should grab more berries. There are some more sheep. And also a pickup there. Yeah, I don't think there are any cows here. Uh-huh. A cow. Is it just a single cow? Oh, nope. There's another one. Does it even work that way? Or do we have to get out of the boat? Come on. Get into the boat. I know you can do... Don't swim away. Oh, where did all the cows suddenly come from? Jeez. Okay, well, that one's in the boat. Why does it look so silly? Seriously. Why? Despite the cow already being much smaller than it actually should be. But it seems enormous from inside the boat. Oh, but doesn't it look lovely? Coming from here. Oh, it just... realize that is potential design flaw. Do we have fences? Of course not. But I mean, that should do the trick, right? And car number 2. Where did the third one go? I mean, not that we need it, but still, it disappeared. Maybe there's someone else in this world. Good, then stay put. And if you're lucky, we can even breed you. Why do you want to leave already? You just got here. Jeez, the audacity. Baked taters. Finally, something sensible to eat. Of course, the moment I press record, it starts raining. Okay, but what I actually wanted to tell you. Now that we finished the barn, at least as far as we can right now, I just remembered that there was still some unfinished business from last episode, where we found this beautiful treasure map. And oh. Well, you know, I was prepared for a treasure hunt. But apparently, it's right there, underneath our base. But where exactly is it? Somewhere here, apparently? Hmm? Yeah, it couldn't be more underneath our base. You know, that was there all the time. And I had no idea. 14 iron, which is awesome. Of course, 2 diamonds. Sweet. Very sweet. And actually, we did not only get 1 treasure map, but rather 2. But despite having a different ID, these are unfortunately exactly the same. We already found a cherry grove, made some new friends, also looted 2 shipwrecks on the way, and now we also have dark oak. Unfortunately, however, still no cactus. Now that looks a bit different. Hello there, I wondered what these strange sounds were. Just minding your own business? Don't you wish you could just pick them up and throw them like balls? Yeah, I know that's cruel, but still. They kinda look like you should be able to do that. Finally, a desert. And it seems to have a single cactus in it. Okay, there's some more. And I'm gonna ignore that portal now, as I have done with shipwrecks and villages, because my inventory is already a walk in catastrophe. So, with that, I think it's about time to get back home. See you there! Oh, it's a shame I don't have any bones with me, because you look adorable. Certainly have to come back eventually. It's an ocelot. There's an ocelot. Can hear it. There it is. No. That's adorable, but I can't take that one with me. Home sweet home, here we come. Unfortunately, however, only with 1 cat. As it pains me to say, the other one got stuck in a shipwreck and, well, drowned. I thought they would be smart enough not to go underwater, but apparently I was wrong. However, we found lots of awesome stuff. We found 4 new saplings, most important of them of course the dark oak, also cactus. Unfortunately, however, we did not find any calcite veins, which is why I had so many pickaxes in my inventory, because what I've mined from the geode pretty much all went into this building, so for any further buildings using calcite we need to find more. Yeah, I'm so sorry for you. But we'll get you, no, I don't want to say a new friend, but more friends soon. I promise. And in fact, we already have another friend, right? Where are you going? Crazy cat. Look at me, the emperor of these lands. And now that we finally have access to dark oak, it is about time that we replace these. Yep, that looks just so much better. And the same goes also with those trapdoors here. And we'll do the same with the barn. But only those trapdoors that connect to the roof, of course. We will leave all the others in place. Much better. Now with all kinds of stone materials gathered, I think we have no more excuse to procrastinate on our cliffs that are supposed to go in front of the barn. And as that will be a lengthy process, I think that just calls for a time lapse. So lean back and enjoy! And after a lot of fiddling about, here it is. Now the intention is when you come in from the sea, that you will be met with a fairly high wall of dangerous looking rocks. Towards the right it gets a little bit more tame, we have a small patch of grass, and it eventually ends and just merges into the dirt wall. We might extend the cliffs eventually, we might not. I'm not really sure about that. I tried to include a gradient, and in the time lapse that was definitely not me remembering last minute that turf is a thing and that there are actually stairs and slabs. And it just acts so nicely between the deep slate and the regular stone and andesite. And of course it flows all the length towards the beach, which I've also cleared up quite a lot. So we have a proper beach, and I think that ending here it feels kinda not necessarily natural. That cut might be man-made, or rather elven-made, but I think it flows very nicely. And if you're observant, you might have noticed a little something out towards the water. And there indeed is a cave, and is a very magical cave, with amethyst. But there's a reason for that. You might notice that we are still on iron tools, and that is not because we haven't found any diamonds. It's rather because we have not made an enchanting table yet, and I thought this place would work just beautiful. I admit it's a bit difficult to place bookshelves around here. I'm not sure about that. Also, we don't have enough at the moment anyway for the full setup, but I think something like that works, right? And for further decorations, I thought about putting that stuff around. You know, just to make it a little bit more, to amplify the magic. We can also try to put some glass panes around for a bit more texture. Okay, let's not... Does it need to be connected? Maybe something like that. Yeah. Just to make it feel a bit more whimsical, you might say. And of course we also have those that we can put around all over the place. But I'm still going to wait with enchanting until we have the bookshelves complete. We only need 3 more. And also, we are not quite yet finished with the tour, because I've also added the stair, and as you can see, filled in all of the packed mud. And I also do believe it is important for you to see how the cliffs look from the other side, from the insides, so to speak. Especially in the front, where it kinda acts a little bit of a shield, protecting the crops from the harsh winds of the sea. I love the atmosphere it creates. The path, however, ends here, as I'm not yet sure what to do with the space. Maybe we just expand on the crop fields. Maybe we will have buildings down the road here. And with all that, there's only really one thing left to do. You're allowed, you cows. And that is a greenhouse, because we now have green, and with that cyan dye. So we can finally fill that in. But let me grab some wheat first, so we can feed our lovelies, so that we can slaughter them later. And let's maybe start with the fact that I've never built a greenhouse before. Maybe we should start with the framing, and as you see, I already put those fence posts here, because the pillars are not offset on this small building, so the fences just give it a little bit more depth. And speaking of fences, we also have to sort out that situation. Maybe we should do that right away. Yeah, that's going to be Interesting, isn't it? That we have a walkway. Could you not, please? Yeah, I think that's not going to work, is it? Maybe we have to clear out that pen a little bit. Sorry! You know, we could have a walkway here. Then we can also finally access a ladder properly. And we would have a doorway right in the middle. The question is what to use. A door would be a bit too much. Maybe a fence gate works. Yeah. Let's definitely trust the process here. I mean, it's simple, but it works, right? And we just have to fill it in. And maybe also we replace that fence gate, because I just don't really like it, to be honest. And we still have to sort out how it intersects with the building. And I think we have it just cut into the barn. I'm the first to admit that intersection was quite awkward to work with. But I think we have something that works. Does it also make sense from the outside? Yeah, I think that visually works. Should we maybe inset this door? Yeah, I think we should inset this door. Well, then the outside of the greenhouse is done, and we need to worry about what goes inside, and one of it is certainly the pumpkins. They don't make too much sense out here. But right down the middle, I think a path would be nice, you know. If we'd have small planters like... So we have 2 melons here. Not efficient at all, but that's not the point of it. Obviously we want all kind of plants. Maybe put them here. If they grow in that direction. Also some peonies and probably some shelving would also be nice. Now I'm having a thought, but that's surely not going to work now. Wouldn't it be lovely if you could put a pot in between here? You know, because it looks like it would work. Then we can put rare saplings here. You know, maybe also a cactus. And why not have some bamboo growing here? Then I also brought some glowberries. Maybe rather on that side. So we get rid of this one again. Maybe let's have a cherry sapling up there. Could put a few pink petals around. We certainly need more 2 tall flowers though. That would spruce it up quite nicely. But that still leaves us with a bit of awkward space here. And I know it's awkward to put carrots here as we have them literally just out there growing. So why do they have to be in here? I don't know, but let's just go with that. Maybe a bee's nest would fit well in here. So that's probably something I will add eventually. Actually, talking about bee's nest, maybe we can find one right away. Let me grab a campfire and some silk touch. We still have the shovel. And then we're gonna look for one. Okay, there's none on our island apparently. But if I remember correctly, there was a bee's nest very close to spawn. They should be around here somewhere. Here's one. Okay, and there's definitely at least something inside. What happened? Wait. Oh, it's there in the tree. For a minute I already thought we'd lost it. Because maybe for some reason a silk touch shovel doesn't work on it. Who knows, but nope. We do have it. Good. And I was seeing also some lilacs. For our collection. Where's our boat? And what's up with that floating block? Seriously. I mean, I like quirky terrain generation. But that might be a bit too much. Yeah, let's put the bee's nest right here. The only issue is that, well, it's not fully enclosed, so the bees could, in theory, escape, or the single one I know of that it's actually in there. Not sure if it's multiple. Because we did not get the achievements, though, so we might have to go on a bee rescue mission. If we only have one. Oh dear. They're not getting stuck in the ceiling, are they? Well, that might be a design flaw. Okay, it's coming back down. Good. Yep, but it's escaping. And now it's stuck on a ladder. Okay, we have to enclose it after all, it seems. Oh, but we have 2 bees. So that's awesome. And maybe we can breed them. And then we have 3 bees. But I think for now, well, that works out great. The only thing maybe missing is a light source. Let me grab some lanterns. Maybe let's put one here and hang one from the closed-off entrance. And then let's see what enchantments this table has to offer. But first of all, we need to get in these 3 more, and then we are up to level 30. Efficiency 4? Alright, let's go with efficiency 4. And unbreaking 3. Not the worst, but also not quite what I hoped for. Knockback, that's horrible. Oh, I made 2 axes. I wanted to make another pickaxe. Oh boy. Well, it's too late now. Then go with unbreaking. Silk touch efficiency unbreaking. That on a pickaxe would be lovely. Still knockback. Okay, that's still horrible. Efficiency 4 on a shovel. Yeah, I think we can get that more enchantment points fairly quickly. What would we do for that? Oh no, don't open the floodgates. Don't Yeah, don't open the floodgates while having wheat in your hands. That is a horrible idea. Now we have the usual problem. Alright. And maybe that one will give us even more XP. Good. Enough of that. Back into the cave. Okay, efficiency 4. I think that's what we're going with. Silk touch efficiency unbreaking. That's awesome. If we only had that on a pickaxe, but that now says silk touch once again, so maybe with the next diamonds. Still kinda wish for fortune. Smite Bane of Arthropods, that gets worse and worse. Yeah, I think that doesn't lead us anywhere. So maybe let's just go with some basic enchantments for our armor. Well... Oh, Feather Falling 1 and Unbreaking 1, that's not too bad. Blast Protection might be useful. Knowing the way things go. And regular protection. And what about the sword? Because combat with an axe is quite expensive. Yeah, but these enchantments are just horrible. Fire Aspect 2, Bane of Arthropods and Knockback? No, just no. Unbreaking, that sounds reasonable enough. Yeah, let's go with Unbreaking then. Yeah, that happened. But speaking about what happened in between the clips. Last episode I promised you some automated farms. However, I came to the conclusion that, as usual, for that I'm way short on iron, and also we need some quartz. But we haven't been to the Nether yet, and I think that really deserves its own episode, right? Well, that means unfortunately we won't get far with our farms. However, but by the way, before I forget, thank you so much for all your wonderful name suggestions I got for this little puppy. And I think the first name I got suggested, Uno, is perfect, as currently, well, this is our only dog. It sounds quite nice. Don't you think so too, Uno? I don't think he really cares. However, I need your help once again, as we also have to name this little fella now. So please give me your cat name suggestions. But back to the automated farms. I'm sorry. Scatterbrain once again, just deal with it. You may have noticed this trapdoor here, and I've been busy digging out. Quite busy digging out. As you can see, my diamond pickaxe has taken quite a beating already. And we have this glorious hole to work with, our secret basement so to speak, where we can tuck away all the farmy stuff. We might build some larger farms above grounds and hide them in buildings, but for the more, for most things on a single player world you don't need massive farms, just small ones here and there, and I think it would be perfect to have them all tucked in one single place. And also you might notice this corridor. And that leads directly into our cave. Because of that, I was thinking about maybe connecting that up with a minecart, which would be lots of fun. And it comes out right next to the lava, which is also rather cool. So I think that could be something very awesome. And thinking about farms. One of the most obvious ones, of course, is bamboo, as we can use it not only for bamboo, but also as a general wood supply, as well as kelp. So we have pretty much an infinite fuel source. Maybe a pumpkin and melon farm. And I was also thinking about sugarcane. Not sure if that's really that valuable, but maybe we want to decorate with bookshelves. But as I've said, I need to gather up a lot more iron. And we need to venture into the nether for that. And of course we can't go into the nether without a stylish portal. Don't worry, I'm not gonna make you watch the whole process. I'm not that evil. And in between episodes I've done a lot more digging, as I came to the conclusion that what I dug last episode was way too small. And as you can see, or maybe not really see because it's pitch black. Yeah, that one torch did it all. I've mocked something up which is kinda the first attempt of the design for the interior, just to get my thoughts together. As also the material is definitely not what we're gonna use, but rather tough. And with that, I think we can start. For the most part, I think I will be using tough bricks. Some smooth bricks here and there. Same goes with the walls. What do we need? Also some stairs. Do we need slabs? I think we also need slabs. And we will start out with quite a chunky base to give it all, you know, structural integrity, as it's very important in that game. And then of course it gets thinner with just a cross shape and a torch here in the middle, so we don't have any spawns. And on the sides we will use the wall bricks, because it gives it a little bit of a roundish shape. Of course not perfectly round, but it doesn't have to be. But it just gives it a bit more life, more texture, more shape. And that almost all the way to the top. Certainly we want to have a third row, before we then alternate to polished stuff. Maybe do those first, otherwise I can't reach them. Before we come back to bricks. And then towards the corners it crops out. Then while we have in the middle, in total 4 columns. Why are there so many? I thought it would only be 3. Apparently it's 4 now. We have a half column. I know there is a word for that. But I've only ever had 2 lectures in architecture, so don't expect me to remember that word. And if we remove the scaffolding now, I think you can clearly see the idea. One thing I haven't decided yet is what to fill in the middle parts. For the floor, however, I'm gonna use the smooth stone that I prepared. Because I don't want to have too many lanterns here, I want to have it kinda moody, but still not too dark. Because of that, I think a lightly colored floor would be very useful, and also helps to keep your focus on the ground where all the redstone machineries are gonna go. After all, even though it's a kind of a big hall, it's not really it's not supposed to be an imposing hall. And now I just have to do what we did here over and over again until the whole hall, is that how you say that? Until the hall in its entirety is complete. And I think that asks for a quick time lapse. See you on the flip side. Despite calculating how much stuff I would need, I ran out halfway through. Don't know how that happened. Apparently my math was very bad, but luckily tough isn't difficult to get, so I mined a bit more and completed all of our pillars. But we still have to fill in the middle sections. And in a way, I'm thinking about using also just tough there, as I don't want that to be too fancy. A ring of blocks, a ring of slabs, and a square of blocks to finish it off. Maybe. Let's try a few different textures here. The issue is that because it's also pretty dark up there, the final steps are very hard to see. It looks more like one blob, so we might have to get something different in the middle. And if it's just a different texture. We could just use the default, which isn't too bad, but also kind of boring. And then we have these funky textures. Oh, I like them actually. They look like, and once again I don't know what the exact term for them is, but in 19th century buildings, especially train stations, you often see in the ceilings those square things, exactly like that. Basically, just a different color, more sandstone-ish. But we have an option more. No, definitely not. It's a weird texture and I like weird textures because you can do weird things with them. But I think those boxes are way more useful in this case. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do with all the other 9 fields. But I think we can do that without a time lapse. So I will just look down to the pillar in front of me. And if we look up again, all the roof is done. Now there's still one obvious missing part, and that is the wall. So why don't we do that again and stare at that ugly gravel wall? Even though andesite, stone and gravel kind of works nicely together. Still, we stare at that wall, well, then we're gonna look down. And if we look up again, the walls are filled with some patchwork, consisting of spruce bark, dark oak bark, stripped dark oak bark, or wood, how it's actually called, and dark oak planks, as I think they go together nicely. And with that, the bare empty hall is finished. So let me put all that stony stuff away, as we won't need it. At least not right now. But what we do need now is some obsidian. I briefly mentioned it in this episode, after talking a bit more about it in the last one, that, there's a stair missing. Give me a moment. Alright, much better. Where was I? Yeah, redstone. This is my redstone hall, and here we will build all our farms. However, for automatic farms we need fancy things like observers, and for observers we need quartz, and for quartz we have to head into the nether. And originally I was thinking about building a fancy building for the nether portal, but I couldn't come up with a good design or with an idea to begin with. And as this is our headquarters of getting access to resources pretty much, I think it would just make sense that we also have a nether portal here. So why not just build a small portal right into this wall? Or does it need to be taller? I think that actually works. And as it's buried into the wall, I actually will be skipping the corners. Don't like to do that, but that obsidian was so awkward to get. And then what about the backdrop? I think that does the trick for now. We can always change it later. Now then we need some flint and steel. And we need to light it. Okay. Alright, let's equip our golden crown with the mending so it never breaks, hopefully. And the only thing we actually need is some quartz, so we're just gonna grab some quartz and head back out of there again. Oh, fingers crossed. Okay. Okay, it's in the middle of 2 biomes, that's good, and we have easy access to blackstone, which is awesome, as I never really had the chance to build with that, so that is good. But it's also dangerous here. I mean, there's some quartz, but I'm not gonna climb up there. Yeah, this is awkward. This is a very awkward spawn. And there I think are some wastes. I don't like that. When there's a ghast. I think we're fairly safe here, right? I mean... I do have a bow. But not a good one. And my aim is terrible. Good. Oh, maybe we should look up there. Because I see a crimson forest, which also isn't particularly safe, but... let's forget about safety for a minute. Okay, it's just some roots. Okay, that's odd. They're really paying no attention to me, which is... I mean, I don't want to complain. They don't need to pay any attention to me. Yep, just doesn't care. But there's some quartz. We don't need tons of it either. As long as I don't dig myself into lava, I'm fine. Why am I panicking? It's just the nether. Just the nether. Nothing to be afraid of. Just some silly mobs running around. Oh, and where's my shield? Such an expert, you know? I even brought it. Oh boy. Okay, that's a hole into the abyss. Let's not fall down there. There's some quartz, but also a deep drop. And it's not lava down there, nope. But a hungry skeleton. At least we've got that going. Where did... Oh, okay, that answers my question. That answers my question. Okay, thank you. There at least are good amounts of quartz. And I think after that we're just heading out of here. Even though there's nothing I need to be afraid of, you know. We are experts here. Trained experts. I think that's enough. That's enough for today. That's enough for me. I will head out and go back home, where it's safe and warm and cozy. I mean, it's also warm here. Why are now all the slimesicles at my portal? What on earth? Oh, is this... Oh no, oh gosh. Okay, I was not ready for that. And there go 20 levels. What on earth? Alright. If you play me dirty, then you get dirty too. Alright, the pigmen also multiply. Awesome. I'm a bit annoyed about the XP. But maybe, you know, can get a bit more now. Ooh. The second issue besides quartz was of course our lack of iron. And I've did a bit of strip mining in between the clips. However, as it's quite unrealistic that we get all farms finished today, so that iron should be plenty for the first one, and the first one will indeed be the most intricate one, and that will be a kelp farm. And what I have in mind is not just an automatic harvesting kelp farm that would probably go somewhere here, but what I actually want is a self-sustained dried kelp block farm. What that means is we need a minecart to bring all that harvested wet kelp to a furnace array, then to an autocrafter, and the output of that autocrafter we then have to split. One part of it has to go back into the furnace array, and the other part into the output chest, where we can take as much of the lovely stuff as we need. And now for a little bit of honesty between you and me, I've never done something like that. And anyone who knows anything about redstone should be warned that my contraption will probably be pretty cringe, but As long as it works, I'm happy. So, I mean, we have 5 sections. And I was thinking of having all the farms itself, on this side, while the furnace and later on also an automatic item sorter for stuff we get from caving or mining is all supposed to go on this side. That means we have to get the minecart from one to the other, but that could be quite awesome. I think first of all we just dig it out a little bit. I'm crying with this inventory, I'm really crying and dying. Yeah, we need lots of rails. Then I had a stack of sticks somewhere, so that circle basically, but that is where a busy minecart will collect all the goodies. Simply put a torch there, and above that the coarse dirt will go. And then it'll be flush with the window. In the middle, of course, we have to fill it in with glass, so we don't have anything falling on those blocks where there's no minecart. I'm not a redstoner, as you can tell. It must be something like that. Ah, here we go. And we need 18. Oh boy. The observer then goes in the middle. Yep, and that's the wrong way around. And then all we need is some redstone dust, right? And then they all should... Yep. I've now gone ahead and finished both sides, as well as a roof, and for lighting I simply use jack-o'-lanterns, as this is really the best block option we have in the early game. Maybe we exchange it with something nicer later on, but I think for now that's fine. And with glass, I'm thinking of maybe going with purple dyed glass, because it's kind of similar to the portal. And then we can fill in the kelp, even though I'm not too sure how actually that's supposed to go. I may or may not have forgotten that items actually float in the water since 1.13. Okay, yeah. The question is, initially, when they are harvested, they fall down, right? Before they start floating. So maybe it will still work. We have to test it out. The farm itself so far is done. We don't have a minecart yet running, but we can change... Okay, I need another chest. Yep, the monster is growing and slowly eating me alive. So in theory, we have to give it a little nudge. Here we can remove this block safely. Good. Okay, yeah, most get actually collected. Well, in that case, all of them. I think for now it works. Okay, with that I think part 1 of this farm is successfully done. Now comes the difficult bit. Or maybe first of all the not quite so difficult bit. We have to get the minecart from one side to the other. And for that we need a bridge. And I'm thinking of using some trapdoors. However, they might block too much of the visibility. I'm also not too fond about those stairs. Maybe just use trapdoors on the side of the blocks. Here we have our 3 options. I'm not too sure. For some reason, I'm not a big fan of the copper here. I think I will go with the spruce. Alright, I think that looks rather neat. Having spruce trapdoors on the side. And instead of dark oak slabs, copper trapdoors on the bottom, though it's not quite as bulky. And, you know, structurally speaking, I think it makes sense to have a copper beam going all the way underneath the track. I've now removed the minecart from underneath completely. Because of that I also could exchange the coarse dirt with sand, which looks much nicer in my opinion, and put the railway line all up there. And how that works is pretty simple. We have just a water stream on top of the water columns, which push all or most of the kelp, as some things tend to get stuck down there unfortunately, but most of the stuff gets pushed over here. And these hoppers all face into this one, where we have a minecart loading station. And if we just put something in here, I pull out a signal of the hopper, and as long as something is inside the hopper, there's no signal going to the powered rail. But as soon as the hopper is empty, the whole cycle reverts, and there is a signal going to the power rail, and the minecart goes off again. And it goes over that bridge, but currently it just dead ends over there. And while building this, I just thought, why not maybe in the middle? Instead of having it one bridge that spans the entire width have something of a support structure, which then could also help us to hide this lever in the middle. Yeah, I did. That's just what happens. Yeah, and I think that is everything that's needed here. Alright, some final amendments to the farm. As the kelp tended to get stuck on the walls, and with a collecting system up above, we don't need the glass divider in the middle anyway, I removed it. So there's less chance for kelp to get stuck. But I've also noticed that kelp sometimes flies out of the water below the hoppers and gets stuck on the rail. So I've decided to simply use a hopper minecart rather than a chest minecart, which is a bit more expensive and has less storage capacity. But as we only have one item, the 5 stacks is more than enough, and it collects everything up that otherwise would just despawn on the rails. So after all of that was pretty easy. Actually pretty easy, but still fiddly. Fingers crossed. I will also get the other side done without losing my sanity. So for the other side we would have 3 furnaces. They're not meant to be accessed, that's why they're fairly high up, but that gives a good visibility. And on said furnaces we put a hopper each and connect that up to the rail line. The difficult part, however, is to spread out the kelp evenly amongst all 3 furnaces. And currently that only happens due to the minecart swooshing back and forth and not stopping at all. But I'm not sure if that will actually work the way I hope it does. Ooh, almost stopped it. In the next step we have to get the stuff out of the furnace again there, which means more hoppers, which means more iron, and we are running frighteningly low on that. Oh, I feel like I've aged a couple of years. I constantly had to run back and forth through the mines to get more iron, more redstone, but I think I have now something that works. First and foremost, I substituted the furnaces for smokers, as obviously everyone knows that except for me. Smokers are the go-to smelter for kelp. And then we have this madness here. Let me give you a quick rundown of what's happening. Up on top we have the minecart from the kelp farm, which brings the kelp in and somewhat evenly distributes the kelp over the 3 hoppers. And then we have a rafter down here, which, because of the 2 observers acting like a compact little clock, is constantly firing, but of course has to wait until... That's not good. Yeah, that is still debris from building. Alright, it has to wait until, of course, it's completely full with dried kelp, so it can form a kelp block, which then gets down to this minecart, and that minecart distributes the kelp blocks over these hoppers, which are the input for the fuel, and everything that does not get consumed by those ends up here. And while this end of the minecart line is connected to a clock and... yeah, excuse that repeater spam. Eventually I want to replace all this with something I've seen Polyscent Moon using, but I'm pretty sure also other people have used that before, of an armor stand on top of a redstone ore. Acting like... pretty much like a clock, but more random, but the randomness isn't a big issue in this farm. It's just much more neat, and also the intervals will be longer, because the sooner it starts off again, the more of an issue we will have with equally distributing the kelp blocks. And if also the redstone or armor stand is still too fast, I mean that currently is way too fast, we might try an ether hopper clock, but more hoppers means more iron and I'm currently very low on iron, so for now the repeater spam has to do. But on the other end, we once again have the signal from the hopper, which tells us if there's stuff going through it or not, so that everything that's still in the minecart ends up here, which on the other side is the output for finished dried kelp blocks for use elsewhere. However, talking about evenly distributing stuff, you see that it's not quite working. One of the biggest issues is that our kelp farm is just didn't produce enough. So I modified it slightly. As you can see, we have that V arrangement. I got inspired by Pixel Riv's kelp farm he showcased in his survival guide series. Yes, as you can see, we have that V arrangement, so we have doubled the amount of stuff it can produce, and I'm also thinking of mirroring it back to the other side. Because of that, we also had to change the minecart arrangement here, and once again I have a repeater spam clock here, but also this will be the perfect opportunity for an armor stand on top of a redstone ore block. But now this other side is completely clean and we can mirror that without any issues. And as you also notice, we have now observers on top of each and every piston. Yeah, I rediscovered an issue and found out that kelp blocks can not only turn flowing water that is already a full block into a water source, but also flowing water that is not a full block. And of course, on top we are relying on that for collecting the kelp, and if the kelp grows all the way to the top, then we have an issue. Because of that we need observers all along, but they don't use any iron. Just quartz, redstone and cobblestone, so cheap enough for us. And as you've seen, sometimes the kelp overshoots on the track, but that's not an issue. And if it shoots behind the track, well, we can solve that by just closing it off. But let's get it jump started with some coal. And if everything goes well, this machine should now continuously produce without ever stopping. If it stops, then we certainly need to double the farm up or lengthen the clock, because that might also be a big issue currently. So the kelp blocks will not be evenly distributed, and probably the later twos, they will just eventually go out. But that really is a clock issue. Maybe would I have enough iron for an ether hopper clock? Because on that side it's kinda important. Alright, I think I did it. That of course is the well-known ether hopper clock, but the issue would be that it's half of the time on and the other half of the time off. So we pull out the signal from both sides and catch the brief moment where it turns off, invert it, put it into a repeater so it's long enough for the minecart to go off. And we have a fully functioning farm now. Well, not really. As a temporary solution, I now blocked the last two smokers by simply putting items in the hoppers above and below that the smoker doesn't like. But as you can see, yeah, even for one smoker our supply is not enough. So my plan is not only to mirror it and double it that way, but also to add another chamber on this first wall, as we just simply need so much kelp supply, and maybe that will be enough for 3 smokers. We'll have to see. And that is indeed a skeleton spawner, which we need to urgently turn into a farm. And we are not only doing the functional bit, nope, we're also gonna make it pretty by building a building around it, or more so above it. It will make sense once we get to that part. Obviously I want to link it up with my secret? Not actually secret, but with my redstone basement. And you know, I could just go into the F3 screen and look at the coordinates. However, for that I'm gonna break the fourth wall for a moment. I'm not fond of using the F3 screen in survival, as it kinda breaks the immersion in my opinion. How would an elf know the exact coordinates and what graphics card he's using and stuff like that? So I'm gonna do it the difficult way. But that has another plus. Not only not breaking the immersion, but you also get familiar with your place, with your world, in a much more intricate way. So, I know for example that my redstone hall is lined up with that tower. So that's the center of the hall. However, I do know that the entrance for the skeleton farm is 5 blocks off to the side. Have we counted right? Yes. That means we have to dig down here to eventually hit the corridor that are already prepared. Just like that, we have linked up these two things without having to look at the debug screen. Alright, and that's actually way closer than I thought. And yeah, for those of you new to the series, this is my redstone hall with so far only a somewhat working kelp farm and auto smelter. But we will fix it up properly once we have access to XP, because that really has been holding us down. Oh, Endermen have been busy here, haven't they? Alright. The first part, of course, is with any spawner, or any spawner-based farm, is to dig out this bit here. As you can see, I dug out the whole thing all the way towards the surface, and when I show you the tinted glass, you probably know why. Because now comes the part where we have to decorate the place, at least somewhat. Now that does look awesome, and one wonders why the skeletons have a fancier ceiling than I do myself. Oh well, why not try something like that? I think the barrel should be enough to prevent things from spawning, and the rest just so it looks fancy. Yeah, I think that works. Then comes the most difficult part, and that is to funnel the skeletons where they need to go. Time to fill in the water. And once they are all washed down from this platform, they get pushed down here, where we have our regular mob elevator, powered by some kelp. However, for kelp we need water. How do we do that? The least awkward way. I don't think there is a very unawkward way for that. And then the kelp. Okay, that should have reached all the way to the top. Yep, it sure has. And our water source here should be all that's needed. And then we come out right here, and they should be on very low health once they arrive here. And as this is a single player world, I've decided to not include an off and on switch, but rather have a campfire down there, so that even without me around giving them their last punch, that they still will die, and that way we can gather up lots of bones, which will be very useful. Let's start with the one at the back, and then those to the sides. And everything should be good. Okay, they're battling each other now. Let's look at it from above. Yeah, that's very beautiful. Very beautiful indeed. But one thing I still need to test out, if it actually really works, because I'm a bit worried that we might be a bit too far away. We will give it a test, shall we? If nothing is coming, then we are too far away. The issue, however, is that I already extended the tube as far up as possible, so there isn't much I can do. Yeah, but nope, there isn't anything coming. Oop, nope. That was the wrong block. Certainly the wrong block. Much better. Let's for now just cut off the farm right there, and maybe deal with the zombie first. Don't set me on fire, you jerk. Alright, I rerouted now the hopper from here to there. We only now need to open the floodgates and make sure that's actually all safe it is. Is there a block missing? Why is there a block missing? Oh. Derp. Oh gosh. Let's wait until they have passed and check what we actually have done there. Because something is clearly not working. How do I always mess up the simplest of things? Oh, I see. Think another fence gate was fixed that issue, right? No, why are you now down here? Seriously, you're aware that once I open that fence gate, you're toast. Well, your own decision, dude. Your own decision. Well, I think we can close it up now. Should now work. Maybe. Hopefully. Ideally. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, apparently the trader is now blocking the farm. God, please help me. Ways you just never thought about you could mess up in. Well, but I think boats is the way here. We could of course just kill the trader, or kill the llamas, or both of them, but I think we choose the peaceful way. Why is the trader still not falling? What on earth? Can he walk on water? Is he secretly Jesus? Why is that guy not falling? I don't understand. That Enderman is still up that roof, I don't know why. Must be about an hour by now. I just don't understand it. Everyone's crazy here. Yeah, I think we just have to kill that guy. I'm so sorry, but... He's still alive. Alright, 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 alright. Calm down, calm down. Well, that's a lot of arrows, but we still have a blockage. Interesting. Very interesting. I have no clue. I'm out of clues. Compared to the kelp farm from last episode, I really didn't think I could mess up here, but apparently I was wrong. Very wrong. Okay, that's just mob cramming now. Is the water stream too low? What is happening here? I'm not fully understanding why this isn't working. If we remove that block, why is that guy just chilling there? Definitely shouldn't do that. Oh, right, of course. I'm missing a block of water there, which I had removed. Okay, now I feel kinda stupid. Okay, that could get a bit tricky. Yep, that answers every question. Yeah, now it's working. But I still will leave that glass here, just in case. Just in case. But with that, the skeleton farm is pretty much done. What we now need to think about is an on and off switch for the auto killing. I mean, that's one way. Yeah, a water bucket causes that problem. Maybe we just have to unlight it manually. I mean, that does work, right? It doesn't always need to be too fancy. And they still have a bit more health than I would like, to be honest. We could have them fall through lava, but maybe then they take a bit too much damage, because obviously they will keep burning. Oh boy. Yeah, I forgot about those slimes. Magma cubes, I should say. Fiery slimes. Same thing, really. Scoop up the lava, that's why I came here. And then let's clean up those guys, and then we can leave. It's already way more excitement than I was planning for. Alright. Are we all calm now? Calm and peaceful? Oh. Oh, pop. I didn't have my shield in hand, so I thought eating would save me. Oh boy. Why is it always happening to me? Where did that skeleton came from anyway? Where even is my shield? Oh, now they come through the portal. Of course they do. Seriously, where's my shield? I don't think there's lava around, so it should be... should be somewhat fine. Somewhat fine. There's still stuff. But I think I've got everything. Can't even harvest some magma cream in peace. Where actually to put the lava? They will probably die. Maybe? Nope, this one didn't. That actually seems to work quite perfectly. Once they stop burning, they don't... I haven't seen a single one dying from fire damage, but once they are done, you can just punch them. Of course, not the armored one, but the other ones. So I think that works out perfectly. I mean, isn't it ironic that a skeleton killed me in the nether while I'm building my skeleton farm? I guess it's really just karma at that point. And now that the farm is done, and it's actually working pretty well, it is time to make it pretty around here, before we finally get to the build project up above, which will be the largest project for this episode actually. But you already know about that, because you clicked on the thumbnail. So why am I even telling you about that? About decorating down here. Eventually, I also want to include a minecart to bring all the loot we get from the farm back to a redstone hall into the main bulk storage, as I don't fancy carrying all that stuff back and forth by hand. And as you can see, the drop rates are actually fairly good. And first and foremost, it's of course also a decently quick way to replenish our XP once again, as we've lost it once again, as I'm apparently a big elven potato. But decorating down here also requires lots of digging. Once again, yeah, there definitely are a few common themes, aren't there? Alright, let's get digging. See you on the flip side. And the farm is now done. Keeping in the theme with the hall, I've used stuff for the walls, as well as the ceiling for the small tunnel leading towards the farm. We might decorate it a bit more once we complete the main hall, but for now I leave it rather clean, with just enough interest by these small wooden, how would you call them, dividers? Which bring in a bit more stability and, well, really just break up the long tunnel. And at the end of the tunnel, we will enter the killing chamber, where I used the deep slate from the farm itself to tie it a bit in and only have the tuff on the ceiling, and here I finally used those squirrely blocks. I put a few barrels and chests around just to make it more cluttered, and eventually I will add even more clutter, and of course we can also use them for, you know, bulk storage, as this will fill up with all kinds of trash quite quickly. And as you can see, we also have a way up, which leads all the way to the surface, and we will tie that in with the building later on. So I don't want to keep it as scaffolding, but for now that works fine. And also working fine is a farm, where I've now used trapdoors to make it a bit slicker. And I hear you saying, Tony, there's a button, and there are trapdoors. This is just a recipe to disaster. But be reassured, I have thought of this. This trapdoor, which is in danger of being flipped by that button, is actually powered from behind the block. So it doesn't matter how often I press the button. Oh, there's no flint and steel inside there. My bad. But it doesn't matter how often I press the button. The trapdoor does not flap. Whatever. But the farm is doing good. Oh. Wait, why is that? Is that because of the lever? Okay, now I feel stupid. Well. Turns out you should really test things before recording. But apparently, if we just have the button towards the side, it works without the flapdoor being flapped. Trapdoor, oh gosh. Without the trapdoor being flipped. That's actually the correct phrasing, isn't it? Oh dear. Seems to be a bug that has jumped over to me. Oh well. But now that works, and the trapdoors stay put in place, and with that, we can also add 2 more. You may wonder why? But that has a simple reason. If that campfire is on, so the skeletons die without my interference, then the items can fly out and away from the hopper. So we can simply close it off, so everything gets collected. And if we are there, well, we still have enough access. The only issue the farm has is that I have to stand somewhere over in this corner, so we're actually close enough for it to spawn. But if we AFK directly in front of the hopper or over here, doesn't really make a difference. So now all I have to do now is to wait for enough skeletons to reach level 30. So we can finally have a proper pickaxe. Beautiful. And now that we have our 30 levels... Oh, that no moves. We'll light the fire and close the doors. Finally. It is time. Do I have... Oh, yeah. Of course I have a crafting table in here. Because you always need one. Was it always just Fortune 2? I thought it was Fortune 3 last time I looked at it. Are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? It is only on a diamond pickaxe Fortune... What on... Alright. I'll get Fortune 3 then. Even if it's just iron. It makes sense. The next one would be Efficiency 4. Alright. Back to the skeleton grinder. The Enderman, by the way, is still there. Don't know why, don't know how. And are you kidding me? Why is there yet another wandering trader on exact the same spot? But this time actually there are some interesting items, but don't have many emeralds. So, not happening. Not happening. Alright, let's see. Efficiency 4 and Unbreaking. Unfortunately no Silk Touch, but that is alright. And now with a proper pickaxe at hand, I think it is finally time to start work on the big building. Or at least almost. As the barn behind us has pretty much eaten up all of my calcite, I need to gather some more. But fortunately, while caving, I found another geode. Even that dude agrees. So let's once again head down into the caves and harvest this geode as well. Oh, that is what the constant spider noises were. We found another dungeon. I was on top of that all the time. Oh, and there's a fancy one. Hey, yo. Yeah, I know you can get me, but you're too stupid, apparently. Okay. Oh, that was easy. Anything around the corner that wants to eat me? Except for fall damage. Okay, do we have interesting... Oh, a music disc! Actually the first in this world. So that's awesome. That geode actually was massive. And that amount of calcite should last at least a little while. Ever since they announced the creaking, I'm much more wary about these woods. Oh, and Enderman update. It's still there, not moving. But with everything finished up down below, it is finally time to cover this up with a grand old build. And with all these resources collected, there's no reason to further wait. And that calls for a proper time lapse. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Was that me redoing half of the build after being finished? Despite pre-planning? Yep, it certainly was. But here it is. The finished skeleton farm tower. Originally I had these triangle-shaped roofs on all four sides, and I sketched it out roughly in creative beforehand and was fairly happy with it, but once I put it in here, I just realized it doesn't work, as it looked way too rural. Which makes sense for a barn or also the starter base with the triangle-shaped roofs, but this building is supposed to look a bit more grander, in fact be the beginning of a small town, so I needed something a bit more, in fact simple, and you could really say that I simplified the build, but I think it works out much better that way. And I'm particularly fond of the roof. For a long time I always struggled with doing those cone-shaped roofs, but I think this one worked out great. And as you can see, the whole tower has kind of a cone shape to it, as we have the small roofings on the bottom floor with the walls all the way around it. I thought it was kind of a nice touch. And also helped to bring in, after we removed the triangles up top, still the bamboo down here. And the main grand entrance is on this side, and because we have the wall all around it, I think we can just leave them open. After all, this is not our... Nobody lives here. It's really just to have a beautiful view on top of these poor skeletons. That one's still resisting its fate. Yeah, not anymore. And apart from the fancy ceiling, the chandelier, and those two flower pots, I'm really not too sure what else to put in here, but I don't think it also needs a lot. After all, that's its sole purpose. And if we look one floor further up, well, you notice that it's completely empty here. If you have any ideas what we could put in here, leave them in the comments. An obvious thing would of course be an enchanting setup, but then again we have that down there in our secret cave. We of course could have another one here, or generally just a library. That might work out well. We'll see. And as you can see, up towards the top, of course the footprint gets smaller and smaller, but there's room for at least 2 more floors. Even though the second one wouldn't have any windows. So maybe just 1 more floor, and we have kind of a nice view. Oh, there's still the tamed llama, which I haven't brought into the stable yet. And as you can see, I've also connected up the pathways, one to the stable and the other one to the stable too, but really more towards the farm on the backside. And why is it raining again? Oh well. But talking about rain and dislike of rain, there's our Enderman friend, still hanging in there, walking around on the same 5 blocks. Was it just 4? I think it can't reach that one. So maybe just 4. Not going anywhere. But talking about Enderman, look what they've done. One apparently put that grass block down here, and all the llamas decided it's much cooler in the sheep pen. I don't know why they thought... Oh, sorry. I don't know why they thought that would be a thing, or that would be cool, but ooh. Now it's mad at me. But they did. And now they're all there. And one's spitting at me. Great. And one last detail I might want to mention is that I exchanged that trapdoor for a jungle trapdoor, as it blends in with the packed mud quite nicely, even though I'm not the biggest fan of it having transparency in it. But the color choice is more important here. So I've exchanged the scaffolding with just ladders and our farm. I mean, there's not much in here, but there certainly is here, as well as there. Well, that farm is producing big time. As you can see, I was a bit busy between the videos doing the, the standard YouTubes. The typical YouTuber thing of off-camera mining. And my fortune pickaxe is unfortunately almost dead by now, but that has a reason. I wasn't that rich in any Minecraft world in a long time. Unfortunately, as we were kinda low down, not too much of iron. Let's fix that, because it drives me nuts. So we might have to go specifically mine for that later on in the episode, as we will need tons of it today. But let's not worry about it right away, as we still have a bit more in our chest, but rather jump right into the project for today. And that has to do with that scary hole. Some of you might already know from our first installment of Clever Thoughts with Tony, which... yeah, I'm sorry for that. Sorry you had to watch that. But I want to build a roller coaster in here. Officially a minecart track to transport us efficiently from our redstone hole to the mining grounds. But let's be honest, that thing is not going to be efficient at all. But it's gonna be fun. So before we jump into it, let's gather up some resources, or rather collect them from the chests, as I've hopefully have gathered most of them. Is there anything I've missed? Yeah, I need a hopper, right, I forgot. So maybe let's start to worry, don't worry. Where's my scaffolding? Tony, get yourself together. Is it still at the skeleton farm? It might be. Why? Yeah, see? What you gotten yourself into? Burned up. That fool. There's my scaffolding. There's an... oh, don't set me on fire! Jerk! Come die already. Like all your brethren inside the farm. Ah, the audacity. Alright, what do we need to focus now? And that is what I needed the scaffolding for. Our shield is almost dead. That's good to know. Is where we want to start the minecart line. I was thinking about having it elevated, so we can still walk all along the floor and have a wooden platform. Because it's a bit awkward, as it's... I mean, the headroom here I think would be enough. But for my liking it's a bit... I mean, we won't have any problems with this, but still I would prefer it a bit lower, to be honest. You see, that visually makes more sense from up here. Yeah, I think we can work with that. In a moment while you were not looking, I've sketched out the platform here. I kept it completely in the wooden theme with spruce and dark oak. And I'm the first to admit it gets kinda cramped here. But then again, this hall is supposed to be busy and bustling with life. And we can still see the corridor quite beautifully. As I raised up the track a little bit here, so it's not quite as squishy as it is down here. But the most important part is up here, of course. That is kind of supposed to be the station. Then we go over this little bridge. And I think you'll see what kind of the theme is for this tunnel. We of course continue the tuff. And as these are mine carts, they don't really need ballasting. I mean, talking about real life, that would be a field railway with a ready-to-go set-rack system, which you can just lay out however you want. But, as this is a permanent installation of course, why not have a bit of gravel nonetheless to make the ride smoother, at least in the lore, you know, not that it actually affects anything. Then you might think, Tony, why don't you just use gravel then, rather than cobblestone? I personally think that cobblestone just evokes much nicer the image of gravel that you would find underneath railway tracks. And also, with cobblestone you can do that. Have it slope off to the sides. But before we continue that way and into the actual mine, which I'm really looking forward with the lava fall, it will be awesome. We have to think about the technical things. That includes the starting off point. I've done a bit of testing before in creative and remembered how fun minecarts actually are. I mean, I don't know if you're paying attention to the snapshots and the experimental snapshots, but Mojang has been playing around with minecarts, making them even better. I'm looking forward to that hopefully releasing soon, so we can also have the new mechanics here. But already, minecarts are just so much fun. Now for the starting position. The thing is, I plan to have one circle of track. Won't be very track efficient, but that means we can have multiple minecarts on the line, because I will also use that for carting things back and forth, so we won't only carry passengers but also goods. And I'm not even sure if that will be enough to safely bring the minecart to a stop, because the issue of having cargo and passengers on the same line is that you have different speeds and different velocity, so we have to bug test it a little bit. Now the thing that's a thing. I want to have an automatic sorting system for the stuff we get from the mines. That means two things. We need a branch line into the sorting system that will be somewhere in this wall, and we need a way to detect a chest minecart. Originally, I was working with velocity, having a ramp and hoping that the chest minecart would slow down much quicker than a minecart with a passenger, and as such don't make the ramp and fall backwards into the siding. But as chest minecarts with different amounts of stuff in them have different velocities, it's just a pain in the backside. So rather than doing that, we will use a hopper instead. And if the hopper can pull an item out of the minecart, then it will trigger the switch that leads the minecart to the storing system. The issue or the question, however, is where that storage system will be. Maybe let's make a lever so we can test things. If we'd have the minecart come from that direction, enter directly into here, that would give us the most room for the storage system, as we of course have the smelter here. Then that would be our switch. Yeah, that should work. By default it goes into that direction, and when it switches, it will go straight over the other. Alright. If it goes normally, it goes until there and stops at the station. That's good. And when it comes from the station, it goes straight. Awesome. Now when we switch, this one goes straight. Okay, that's good. And if it comes back, it goes to the right. That was much simpler than I thought it would be. The key with making the switch is of course timing. If we do it here, I mean that would be kind of a nice spot. Then we need to pull the signal out. But we can't do that. Oh yeah, we have to do that towards the side. Oh boy. That's gonna get awkward. Comparator. So now it already is awkward. But that works. This is facing into a block. So in theory, we could get that signal to here. Well, that works, but we need to get it over there. If we pull a signal out around the corner, does that even work? We would need a repeater, of course, that much I know, but then where would it go? But it actually does work, so that is amazing. Yeah, I know, you all of you probably knew that works, but I didn't, so, you know, amazing to me. But it doesn't help us. Maybe redstone torches help us here? You know, if we have a torch and we throw in an item, then that pulses. Then we can put dust here and pull out the signal from the other side. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. If you didn't know it already, I'm a genius. Not really, but at least I pretend I am. So pretend with me, please. But then again, we need a redstone torch, I think. But then it's on by default. I don't think that's good. Yeah. And it's not working. Why is it not working? Yeah, the redstone torch. You genius. What did you think would happen here? This dude is such an idiot. Alright. And then it's off by default, you know, and then it works. Magic. You know, I'm already not good at redstone off camera, so why should it be any better on camera? Ha, now it works. And I kinda love it how we funnel the redstone signal through the pillar. Seems fun. Okay, let's give it a little test. There wasn't anything in there. My bad. Let's put something in there. So let's put more items in there to see. It should only take one. Yeah, that was bad timing. Let's change the timing on the repeater to one more tick. That should do the trick. Yeah, you see, it's there. Then I think everything at the station is done for now. We won't worry about the item sort in this episode, as I'm sure the minecart roller coaster track will already take more time than I'd like to, so this has to wait, but that's totally fine. But before we can continue with that, I'll have to dig up that tunnel. So, see you in a moment. Come here, you fool. Oh, go. That one hurts hard. But with that, I have completed the tunnel and made the decision that not both tracks will go out this way, as, yeah, you will see why. Now the only thing we have to figure out is how exactly we do that jump, and yes, you heard correctly, that will be a jump, and how to furnish up this end here. Otherwise, the tunnel itself is done. I was thinking of maybe adding decorations towards the sides, maybe murals could be nice, I'm not too sure. But maybe that's something we add on later. And after a significant amount of forth and back, or back and forth, or however around it goes, that is the tunnel entrance design I've come up with. I will admit, it looks kinda like a derpy face sticking out its tongue. It really does, but at that point, I hear footsteps. Where are the footsteps coming from? But I'm okay with that. And I've mixed in a bit of deep slate bricks underneath the tuff to give it a bit more texture and not just having it a flat wall. It certainly has character. And we even have a platform up here. Don't know what I'm gonna use it for, probably nothing. However, before we continue with that minecart down here, and yeah, that's gonna be a leap of faith, of course. What do you think? And yes, my armor is getting worse and worse, but we desperately need to go mining for more iron, as I didn't even have enough rails to complete this section. Yes, there's one rail missing, but before we can go iron hunting, well, look at my pickaxe and my Fortune 3 pickaxe, even worse. And seeing as I already have more than a stack of diamonds, I think it's really about time to fix up our gear. There's a thorns guy again. Why are there villagers everywhere? They're in the water, they're in the barn? Are you kidding me? There's a creeper on a boat. That is horrible. Why are they now all aiming at the creeper? Let's not question that. And now there's a wandering trader too. Sometimes I really think that game is thinking to itself, you know that elf Tony, let's just see how much he can take before he also loses the rest of his sanity. You know, there already isn't a lot left. You came at a very dangerous place, dude. Very dangerous place. Feather falling 4. Should we go with Fortune 2 or Feather falling 4? Maybe let's just go with... Oh, that's actually... Yeah, I'm glad I did that. That is a decent pickaxe. Well, you know, once one is down, we can combine them. Yep, that was good. That was very good. Yeah, let's go with Protection 4 leggings. Thorns, no thank you. Alright, back to the skeleton farm. Oh yeah, and that Enderman from last episode, by the way, still there. Hasn't left. And apparently also found a friend. Oh. Oop. Don't open that flap. Ouch. Hi. Why are they always spawning with thorns? I hate that. Minecraft is really bullying me today. Are you kidding me? Is it thorns again? Okay, now it really is getting silly. I think it was the 4th guy today. Oh, and now we have a skeleton with diamond armor. A very fancy dude. Oh, they're all still there. Oh, Bane of Arthropods. Well, that's even worse. Efficiency in Fortune 3? Yeah, fine. And now look at me transforming from a chubby elf into a fancy elf. Yep, that looks much better. Yeah. About that. So now it's finally time to gather up some iron. Oh, there's a pumpkin, dude. Seems like we have Halloween. Alright, we didn't get too much iron. I really hoped for a bit more, but eventually just lost patience. But 2 1/4 stacks will hopefully be enough. Hopefully. And while we're having the fresh new armor, let's also play around with these. Yeah, I like that. That is satisfying. So let's just test out what we already have built and see where we will land after jumping off. Whee! Ouch! Why? Why did we take fall damage there? Okay, let's mark the spot and try that again. Okay, apparently I was missing the tracks. So that's good, but we continuously land with the current physics of the minecarts on this block. And that skeleton rattling is driving me nuts. Where is that dude even? I've did a thing. First and foremost, I decided on a design for the track pieces. And once again I'm going with the spruce wood and the spruce trapdoors for a lighter color. And then the spruce bark with the dark oak fences for a darker, more stronger tone to give the whole structure stability. Here of course we drop down, go off into that direction, take in the beautiful view of also a little sneak peek into this deep crater before we turn to this side. And we still need to figure out the design for the entrance as well as the exit, where we are gonna go to very soon. Here we cut into a ravine, so I might leave that open. And we will have a short incline, and then we come to here. And if you've seen my very first episode on this series, you might remember that place. That is how we very first entered this big cave. We might use that for something. And then we come out almost into the rain on that bridge. Enderman, screaming foxes. Alright, we come out here, and then I'm thinking of maybe having another jump. Because eventually we want to end up down there, and I've said already that this minecart track won't be very efficient, but rather fun, but we might not want to make it too long. But just top it off a bit castle-like, like that. Yeah, I think that works. Now, before we enter the big spooky cave, I want something a bit more fun, you could say. So I have those dispensers made from dropped skeleton bows, and then we're gonna put a detector rail somewhere here. We have to think about the exact spacing, and actually we only need one dispenser on one side. Because in here we will have some arrows, and the plan is that when we drive by, I don't want the passenger to get shot, so we might have to back that up a little bit further, but just to have the arrow cross your sight in front of your eyes. And actually what the idea really is, doing that all wrong, is to have the dispenser on the other side, and here rather a target block. The target block will then poop out a signal for the next one. And I don't know if timing wise that works, so we might need to put a repeater with a delay in between. But we will try it out just like that and see. That should be really just... Oh. Does this not connect then? Yeah, that doesn't work. If we put a redstone torch here, would that work? Or then the dispenser permanently? Oh no, that seems good. So if we now... Yep, that's exactly what we want. That dude looks 10 times scarier with a pumpkin head on. Wonderful. Wonderful. Then how's the timing? Now we perfectly see the first one. But not the second one. Would it be quicker if we just have it a redstone connection and not be a torch? Oh, one thing I wanted actually to try out. If... Oh, it does. Then... Oh, but also it flips the trapdoor, so maybe that's not ideal. They were thinking about hiding them behind the trapdoors. Yeah. Yeah, then we have to change the position, I'm afraid. There then. But on the upside, then it's once again a little bit covered by the trapdoor. Okay, now it's actually a bit early. How did that happen? But that is an easy fix. Yeah, but that works. That works nicely. Alright, then I think this, in quotation mark, trap is done. I have now cleaned up that opening here, and we might eventually terraform the cave to make it a bit more interesting, but that certainly is a future project. I think I can even see a strip mine from here. And if we head up here, that is how we first entered that cave. I will leave it open towards the top, maybe put some glass here to avoid things getting on the track, but then again, it will happen either way. And also add a little miner's camp to really bring home that this is an historic place. Now I dug a small cave and let's put some items around that you would have. Maybe need a bit more space here. And then maybe have some carpet around. Yeah, I think that looks nice. And in the chest, put some things that you would have. You know, that early, and you still have a good view towards the outside. I mean, not so much a good view towards the sky, but certainly all the way up the cave. What are you doing with my minecart? Little friend here. Go down. Go. Thanks. Alright, that wasn't supposed to happen, but I don't think we need that stuff. But what was supposed to happen, or is supposed to happen, is that we test out what we have built and how well it works, or how well it doesn't work. Let's see, and we still have to hide these levers, so don't worry. Whee! Alright, that is awesome. That is very awesome. Yep, I love that. Alright, I think that was a very successful first test try of the first quarter. Now we need to think about how to get down here. I removed now quite a chunk of land from up there. At the same time I also filled in that horrible hole we had here for way too long. And already sketched out the start for the next piece of track when we fall down from there. It's about, not just about, it's exactly 8 blocks. And then it's also a little bit lower than this piece of track, which I think works out nicely. But the stony stuff here is still a bit too tall. So let's flatten that out just a little bit. So the track to the station is now complete. We have it go down by 8 blocks, then curve it around, go down another 4 blocks, and here we are at the mining station. And for that, we of course need another safe hold for the minecart. And in fact, I'm gonna add 2 pockets here, as we will have multiple minecarts on the line. One of course is for us as a passenger, but the other one is for cargo. The issue of course is if one minecart is here and the next one's coming in, it can't overtake. So we have to tell this minecart to go one further. And for that we once again need a detector rail. And here timing is critical, and I think these are too close together. But basically, when we have the detector rail detect a minecart, it will send a signal to both these pockets so that whenever there is a minecart already, it's gonna go. Of course it means if one is at the front, it'll go off, but that's fine. It's just how we manage minecarts, and that also means we can have a total of 3 minecarts on the system, as we have 2 pockets down here and 1 at the station up top, which means even though it's a single player world, we could have 2 passengers going at once and 1 minecart for cargo. Alright, let me quickly show you the redstone before I cover it up. Not that it's super complicated. I had to put the detector rail all the way back here, otherwise the starting pads would still be on when the new minecart arrives, which of course is no good. And then I just have it quickly go down with 2 redstone torches, inverting it 2 times. And then simply a line going to both of the starting pods. So a button would probably make sense. Is it too far away? If we sit in a minecart here, it's not comfortable. But I think that works. So then the functional bit down here is done. We just have to make it a bit prettier. And then we enter the station, where we have our 2 minecart pockets, and I actually had to make them deeper to bring them to a safe hold. It looks a bit awkward, but it just has to be that way. That stuff will be gone, of course, it's just for now. And I've stuck to the castle theme, now with a deep slate background wall and another tunnel entrance. And the actual strip mine is down here. Now these stairs are kinda narrow, but that's all I think is alright, as after all, that's a miner's entrance. And to give it a bit more space and more texture, I used walls here. And yes, that is a main corridor for our strip mine, which also has, oh god, there are many skeletons. This ravine, which You should be able to see a minecart line from here, but I don't know where exactly it is. Yeah, where is it? Somewhere over there. There's the other tunnel. And of course also the mine shaft. At least the main shaft. We will decorate a little bit. As in my last world, I did not get around doing that properly. So hopefully this time. But looking from down here, it looks kind of ominous, doesn't it? So with that, one half is done. And I should really show you, when we activate this button, both pockets power. But now let's see what happens if I come and there's already a minecart in the station. Because in total we will have 3 carts in the system. There's a detector rail there, which also powers both pockets, which is awesome. On the top station we only have 1 pocket as we only really need it, as the other pocket, the second one technically, is the auto sorter. But what we still need to install on the top station is also the detector, because it still can happen if maybe the chest we send up there, the chest minecart is completely empty, or we just send an empty minecart up there, that we still get a minecart jam when a second minecart tries to enter the station, but obviously we only have 1 pocket. So also up there, once a minecart approaches the station, the one in there will be sent out, regardless if it's empty or not. And that also makes sure that there's always 1 minecart available if we need one, or at least 1 at the top station and 1 at the mineshaft station. And if it's the wrong one, for example a chest minecart, but we need one for personal use, we can just send it away and another one will come automatically. That means we never have to remove or manually put any minecarts on the track. It's a fully self-contained automated system. On the downside, however, that means that we only can ever have 3 minecarts in the system, unless we add additional pockets, of course. But the more pockets you have, the more fuzzier things get, and as this is a single player world, 2 empty minecarts and 1 chest minecart is really more than enough for the system like that. But yeah, especially if you have more stations, you will have more pockets, you can totally add more. But we don't need any more here. But what we still need to do is finish up that tunnel. Except, not really. As in between clips, I've also gone ahead and finished all that up. So far, it is just the regular tunnel furnishing, so no special decorations or anything like that. But we now have the route, which goes steep upwards, and I've intentionally decided to have the way back in tunnels exclusively, to make it a bit simpler, but also to have the opportunity to build things here. Maybe fun things. And you notice that there's quite a bit of track that's not going up and just goes all the way back. So why did I not just make the track shorter? Well, that has a very specific reason. That is our kelp farm, and I want to expand it, double it towards length and the depth. So ultimately, once we do that, which will happen in a live stream very soon, so keep your eyes open for that. But once that is done, we will have a wonderful kelp display right here. And that is why I took a little detour here. But then it goes all the way straight back to here. That of course is the main jumping off point. And that leads all the way back. Now we're at the main station, where we have to do 2 things. First, lower this, similar to how we have done it on the station down there. How should we call actually the lower station? The station down under? No, not really. It's not upside down after all. The mine shaft station? Or just the mine? The strip mine? The strip mine station? The strip station? No, maybe not that one. And also at the detector rail. So, let's get to work. No more faffing about. I did it! And have the same system also up here. But I had to relocate also the starting position to the other side, because I did not want to have the detector before the switch to the auto sorter. And with the station here, the power on the station would still be on when the new minecart arrives, directly being sent off again, which is of course not what we want. But now the spacing works out quite well. And with that, the only thing left to do is to reinstate the big iconic lava fall. And I'm really not too sure how I acquired 5 crafting tables in this building process. Oh well, Oh well. So the issue with the lava is of course that we have wood around. And as you may know, lava and wood don't go together too well. Oh, look at the station from up here. It looks lovely. I've given the lava a little path now. And ideally, it should not overflow anywhere, and also it should be far away from the track. Also, I don't really want to block the view anyway, so maybe that works out much better. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Hopefully I'm safe up here. I don't feel particularly safe, but alright. Oh yeah, and that torch is toast. Oh, it doesn't go any further. That's a shame. Yeah, let's try that again then. From my safety of this cobblestone block. It should spread further then. Oh yeah, that looks much better. Yeah, beautiful. Very beautiful, and it shouldn't leak anywhere. Awesome. Eventually we might extend it to go further down or spread even more. But I think for now that's a good start. Just to have the lava back in place. And eventually we also have to think about the torch situation. As you can see, there are quite many around. Maybe just half slap the whole cave. Oh. Alright, well, that fence was too close apparently. Okay, let's replace them with some tough walls. Alright, does the trick. And with that I believe, stage 1 of the minecart roller coaster is done. But before I give you the first official full run, let's play a little game. As you can see, there's currently no minecart. So what to do now? Well, that is easy. There are only 2 pockets down there. So, all we have to do is send another minecart down there. And if everything works out correctly, and we have made no mistakes in the construction, and redstone, and stuff, pretty soon an empty minecart should appear. And here we go. A beautiful minecart. And we can now repeat that game and send this one down. Aha. And we will take this one this time to give you now the full experience. Okay, I can't press the button without the F1 screen. Here we go. Over the bridge, through the tunnel. And now out of the open mouth. Whee! Yep, that's awesome. Our little campsite. And then the other jump. Down there. And I think that lava pool is far enough away. And you see, the hopper minecart just went off. And I've also added another button here just for convenience sake. So we can just press 2 buttons and then we go off. But now I've made a mistake because we have an empty minecart directly in front of us. Which has much less velocity, so we will hit it eventually. Yeah, here we go. But that's not too much of an issue, and as you can see, we send it right off as we enter here. And our chest minecart gone back into its storage because we have items in there. And yes, I had 64 cobblestone, now we only have 63, which means the other one is in the chest below the hopper. So, why not go for another ride? I just love it. There's a big slime, hopefully not jumping on the track. Thank you. That guy is really just trespassing. Gosh, the audacity. I mean, that's an issue, that you have mobs on the track, of course. But I think that we just have to deal with. I mean, it's a minecart roller coaster after all, so of course it's not entirely safe. I'm just doing some fishing in the hope of getting mending to fix up my Fortune 3 pickaxe, which, you know, has seen better days. But before I bore you to death with fishing, let's maybe turn our attention to an even more pressing issue. You can see all those buildings behind me. And you would think that I'm kind of established in this world already, right? But what if I told you I still have no proper storage room? Yeah, I know. Kinda pathetic. So that is exactly what we're gonna focus on today, and that also has to do with this spot. Open water. What even is it? A river? Horrible to build, right? No flat ground, nothing. But in a different sense, the perfect spot to build a boat. And after all, this is a fishing hut and we have all that watery theme going on, so it is about time that we build our first large vessel, which is not a vanilla boat, right? And combine that with a storage system, as obviously it makes sense for a merchant ship and, well, it's Minecraft, it won't move anyway. So let's get together the resources we need for that. Let's get a lot of spruce wood. Also some dark oak would be, I think, a good idea. We will need many trapdoors, that's for sure. Maybe also take some oak in case we need it. Oh, and yes, you can see new recipes unlocked. I've added finally the resource pack for mini blocks, as I think they make for wonderful decorations. I don't consider that modded, but rather flavouring. Yeah, I think actually wood is everything we need for now. If that's the outer wall, would that be far enough away? Would be a bit tight. Maybe go one block further. Yeah, I won't go crazy with the terraforming right now, but I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to shear off a little bit. Then we have to decide how deep it's supposed to be. Is that good? And then we have here kinda the lowest part of the bow. Oh, a wandering trader. We have not just had 1,000 of them. Blue dye? Red sand could be useful, but I don't think so, to be honest. Where are you even heading? You heard about the merchant ship, right? That I'm about to build and thought that would be the place for you. Unfortunately, it's not yet ready, as you probably can see. I don't think I want the ship to be sticking out too much. Maybe tucked away to the side would be a good idea. Okay, I think we're definitely going in the right direction. But it's gonna be huge if we continue that way. Maybe a bit too huge. Yeah, I think that's better. Then is the question, how long do we want it? Oh, there's a friend down there. Let's maybe take care of that dude. Good. Oh, and there's another one. I mean, as long as I don't have any tried. Oh well, the llama deals with it. That's fine, I suppose. No, it kinda is an unfair battle. The drone has just no chance against the llama. Except, of course, for when the llamas spit at each other. Then that is a bit unfortunate. Maybe we have to intervene. Okay, now now they're arguing with each other. It is just amazing. Alright, back to the ship. You know, enough distractions already. God. Is that large enough? I think it is. Let's look at it from the other side again. Guys, stop it! Yep, one llama is down. Well, that's a shame. Well, for the length of the front, it's not too long, but... No, I think that works. I think that works. Then we just have to round out the back too? Yeah, I think that's a good outline. Oh, yeah, llamas drop leather, that's true. Oh well. What I wanted to say is that it's now time to think about the width of the ship. So I'd say we start off with half slabs before we then enter into full blocks for the next level. And that will probably be the ground floor. Maybe we have one slab more. Then we can already come to the full width down here. Would that look okay? Yeah, I think that makes for a good bow. So we only have to pull it forward and backwards and then do the tricky bits. You know, bring these two-dimensional shapes into a three-dimensional shape. But before I spend an hour fiddling with blocks on camera, I think that calls for a time-lapse. That's a lot of wood. And here she is. Probably my best build yet. Let me give you a tour. And in case you're wondering why the ship looks very different than it did in the time lapse, well then probably because it does. I've changed around a lot of things, especially with the sails, as I was absolutely not happy with the first attempt. Obviously this is the biggest vessel I've ever built in Minecraft. You know, it's not ginormous, but for a survival vault I think quite substantial. Fairly long, a lot of sails, so somewhat reminiscent of a clipper, you know, a fast merchant ship. And I've docked it to the port via that small wooden bridge. And with this one I really tried, because of the larger scale, to make it a bit more realistic. So we have the curved deck rather than just going absolutely flat. And it also raises towards the front, where we have the tippity top. And you also notice that rectangular sail at the front. I have no idea how these things are called, by the way. This, by the way, is a direct access to down below. And also because all these are trapdoors, technically you could directly load in things from here. And that, by the way, is my attempt at a ship's wheel. You know, because we have an uneven number, the next size would be 3 blocks, which would be too big, so I just made it a bit small, but that's okay. And talking about the ship's wheel, we also have a proper rudder. I think I did include one with my large vessel from my last Let's Play world, so I'm glad we finally have it now. And also we have the name of the home harbor of the ship, which is Copper Island. I've now decided to call my island like that, because we use a bit of copper in our buildings. Obviously copper is easy to get in the mines, so Copper Island it is. So, and then we can get into the interior, which we have a small table for the crew to eat, cartography table with a map, and just some things scattered around. And if we come down here, this is supposed to be the kitchen. You have your potatoes and your fish heads, a little bit of pumpkin, and cupboards to the side with a hidden crafting bench. And as this is the back of the ship, you know, you see some random blocks about. Yeah, that's because that is directly the outer wall. It was quite awkward to work with the space, but I think it turned out alright. And if we open that door, we are now in the main loading room, which of course is my storage room for this series, or at least for now. But to be honest, we have 3 segments of 15 double chests each. Of course, we still have to do the fun bit of carting all the stuff over, as so far all of these chests are completely empty. That is where we get back out again to this little hut. But we also have the crew's quarters with 4 beds. I couldn't really fit in bunk beds as the ceiling isn't tall enough. You know, I could of course just shift it over, but that would be a bit squeezy. We have some saplings as, you know, decorations from foreign places the ship went, 2 sinks with towels, and just some, you know, maybe that's a hanger for clothes to dry. I don't know, a small chest for personal belongings, a barrel for the more larger things. Enough to make it interesting and also to make it functional. As you can see, we have some crafting tables in the floor also. As you know, that's a storage room, we need them. Also a crafting bench here, amongst barrels and composters, just for decorations. We can also come up here onto the roof of this building, but there's nothing really there, just a ladder up the sails. And I also have 4 banners here, and I'm planning on replacing them with some interesting patterns, but I think we'll save that for another day to decide on our flags that we want to have, you know, in general for this island. And if we jump into the water again, I think the thing I'm most happy with is the bow. I think that shaping turned out quite good. You know, you only have blocks, slabs and stairs to work with at that scale, and it's quite challenging, but I think I managed to get it round and still somewhat, not aerodynamic, but, you know, to give it a good shape. To the sides I also added those stripped block blocks with the signs to give it a bit of a texture and have the wall not completely flat, but have it, you know, by 2 pixels sticking out, which I think works out nicely. And the most important part, of course, is the front, which is quite long and has a very pointy, dramatic shape, but I just love it. I fiddled about with it quite a lot, as you can imagine. And by the way, the shaping extends all the way back there, just a lot of it is underwater, to really drive home the idea of a fast-running vessel. And I decided to call the ship Aurora, which I think makes sense for the ship, and maybe also a little bit of a tribute to my last, or my first Let's Play series, I should say, where we had settled down in a colder biome, where you might be able to see an Aurora. And in case you're wondering what that mysterious block is, or in case you know that this is stripped pale oak, and you're then wondering how I got access to that, as obviously I did not had before, and maybe you're also wondering why I have that fancy cape. Well, mid-build I did venture out to find a pale garden, and here's how that went. Well, obviously the cape is not really from the pale garden, but from, you know, a community event, but let's just go with the storyline that I got it from the pale garden as well, because I was brave enough to take on the Kraken. I think it's probably easiest to go into that direction. Let's see what we can find. Apparently there are some ruins down there. I've never noticed that in all the many times I've been driving by here. Oh god. That was some... yeah. That was some suspicious gravel, oh dear. So maybe we... I was wondering what that strange looking block was. There's another one. So well, I think I'll come back here eventually with a brush before I destroy any more. That is some broken terrain. I mean, I knew about the shattered savanna, but the shattered desert, or shattered beach, is new to me. Oh, I think that must be the closest village. Oh dear. We found so far. Oh, I just had some flashbacks from my Christmas adventure. Hey, that's a dark oak forest. I've ever seen one. So maybe we'll also find a pale garden. Oh, it extends further there. That dark oak forest is actually massive, and look what we found over there. That is certainly pale. Awesome. Alright, let's now be careful that I don't sink into the snow, because that would be awkward. It's everywhere and I don't have any leather boots. So let's go around it. Maybe should have just walked through the forest, might have been faster. Seriously, that patch is massive. There's a nether portal. Okay, I get distracted left, right and center. But actually I don't know how to even get there. That works, right? Anything useful? Oh, a gold mending pickaxe. Oh, and a mending chestplate. That's actually not too bad. Alright, enough distractions, back to the pale forest. Well, that's actually a massive one. Look at that. Alright. Let's see what's happening. I'm nervous. I'm quite nervous. I know that the creaking are not actually that strong. Their feature is really that you can't directly attack them. Still, I'm a scared elf. And I actually haven't brought any good food. So that is also an issue. Can you actually bone meal that stuff? Or do you have to gather it? Okay, it's dark and I've heard something. It's dark and I'm scared. Oh. There's one. Oh, there's a... That's not a Kraken. That certainly is not a Kraken. But also scary. Yep, there's one. Alright. Where are you from? Oh. That tree, so actually close by. Just a bit awkward. Okay, that is Oh god. Yep, that is very awkward. That guy's a bit too close for comfort. How are you supposed to do that? Is it actually that tree? Okay, but as you can see, they are not really making a lot of damage. Oh, no, it's... Oh, it's down there. There's also a creeper down there. Actually, not too close. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit awkward. Oh boy, there's a zombie too. Awesome. Maybe let's get also already out the silk touch. Because I definitely want that heart. Okay, that is surprisingly challenging. And also, I think you need the shears for those, right? Wait, I had looked at you. Why are you attacking me? That's not fair. There it is. Awesome! We got our first heart. There's one. There's a skeleton. Oh, it's now imagine if there's powdered snow around here. That would be awkward. Of course it's going back. The thing actually is, you can just hit them a couple of times. And then see just where the resin is. Yeah, I know I could use F5, but I don't really want to be honest. Is it... Oh god. Is it that tree or is it another one? They're so fast. Oh, it's that one. Okay, there it is. Oh, but there's other nonsense. That... Oh god. Actually, the other mobs are more dangerous, I think. Okay, let's swiftly sneak around that guy. Yeah, of course there is another skeleton hiding in the woods. Yeah, shoot the Creakin. Why can't I... Okay, I'm running now. Oh, there's another skeleton. Why? Oh, seriously. Stop it. I'm not here because of you. I want to play with the new guys. Okay, we actually already have uncovered the heart. But... You know... Okay. Good. That's taken care of. Maybe we just also leave the resin, ember resin. What is it actually called for now? We can clean that up in the morning. Oh, all the skellies are now out. Seriously, why are there so many skeletons? Everything else would be way more appreciated. Okay, it's about to get daytime, so better hear something rattling. But maybe that's just the ambience. Alright, but I think that was a successful night, right? For ever first encountering these guys and for being, well, the way I am. A coward. I think that was quite successful. But it's good to know that these woods are completely peaceful at daytime. Except for the skeletons, of course. Yeah, the ambience, even at the daytime. It freaks me out. You don't freak me out, but why is my bow almost dead? I've used it quite a lot apparently. But well, we have a skeleton spawner. Where all your brethren are serving me with their loot. That sounded like snow. Why? Why am I paranoid? I know that they can't spawn in the daytime. I know that. Tony, just relax. The creaking is real. But it can't hurt you in the daytime. At least I don't think it can. But what do I know? Gosh, the sky, I actually haven't looked at it so far. It's really creepy. And I certainly want to get out of here before the next nighttime comes. Let's see, while we're here. Well. Okay, let's try again. Yay! Awesome! I was a bit worried then when you also didn't accept it, the bone number 2, but now you're my friend. So come with me. Lucky, that's what I call you. Lucky, because you were the lucky third offer acceptor or something like that. Right, Lucky? Yeah. You look so cute with your skin. You're aware of that. Alright, Lucky. Let's get in the boat, shall we? Oh, where are you speeding to? Come on. Jump right in. That is a good boy. So, and I think it's just straight back home, right? Are we on the right track? I feel a bit lost. Don't you wiggle your ears? Adorable. I think that must be spawn right there. Looks like spawn. Yeah, then we're almost back home. Good, not lost. Even Lucky agrees. You have never been here, so how would you know? Huh. He's just smart. Smarty boy, that's why he knows. Look at our little lovely village rendering in. It's just lovely. Alright, come with me and meet Uno. Uno and Lucky, and a cat that still has no name. I guess I need some suggestions for that. So, the only thing left to do is now to organize and fill up that chest room and to clean up all the chest monsters I have spread out in this world. But obviously I won't do that on camera, as that's not too exciting to watch unless you have an organizing obsession. Maybe that will be some of you, but still I'm not going to do that on camera. However, the main issue with this system is that it's floating in the middle of the water. That means for bulk storage there isn't really a way of transporting it automatically to here. And I'm not gonna transport several chests of cobblestone here and repeat the process every time I go mining, which means we need another storage system, in fact, for our bulk storage. And for that we need to enter our redstone basement. I talked about in the past that I want to have an auto sorter down here, and originally it was going to be on this side, pretty much where the minecart line is now, but in difference to how I imagined things would go, the underneath of the minecart track is pretty much full with redstone, meaning if we had chests here, we wouldn't be really able to access them. And they haven't been really space efficient at all, you know. There's a kelp farm, there's a smelter connected to it. The only larger area we still have is this wall. That means, of course, we have to relocate the portal, but that is no issue at all. And otherwise we have quite a nice wall. But before we remove the portal, I have to go back to the ship. As for an auto sorter, we will need some quartz, so better make sure I have that. Otherwise, I will have to do some mining in the nether. Alright, that's more than enough. What we don't have enough of, however, is, well, iron. So, let's go to a quick trip down the mines and let's hope this pickaxe is not going to break. As we have not got any mending last episode, despite, well, even if you have not seen this episode, you know what's happened. If you see this fishing rod, you know what's happened. So down the mine we go. Whee! Now this is odd. Do you really want to tell me that all that grass spawned naturally underneath? Or is it more likely that an Enderman placed a grass block here and then it just, you know, spread? Oh, I don't know. This game is confusing, I'm telling you. But there's more iron. That's what I came here for. Now we should definitely have enough resources for this project. So, let's start with it. But the first step will be, well, mining obsidian. Please don't teleport. Just mining obsidian. What fun. A zombie just trampled my door. I've come up with a plan. Obviously, I'm gonna use the item sorter by Impulse. I will link his video in the video description. But there is a twist. As you can see behind me, for the interface or the, you know, access kind of area, I've chosen barrels. And I've chosen 2 rows of them. Because I realized, even if we use both sections, we in total have just 10 segments, which is a little bit too few. So I just doubled it. But that of course makes the redstone or the hopper chest arrangement a bit more confusing. The good thing, because we have 2 different layers, is that we have 2 different categories. One with 3 double chests and one with 5 double chests each, which makes sense as not every item is quite as common. And I had to scoot it over like that, because we need of course for the actual sorting to be happen some redstone left and right. And as you can see, I totally forgot about all these hoppers you need for the funneling of the items from one chest to the others. So about the iron ore I said a minute ago that it's enough, well, no, definitely not. But we'll just start and see how far we can get. 5 seconds later. I have now decided that it's probably a lot quicker to just look for the nearest mountains than just to continue digging, as that's painfully slow. 5 hours later. That was quite the journey, but surely that'll last us for at least a little while, right? 5 eternities later. Alright, I've built now the whole thing in, and for what I'm used to in terms of redstone builds, that is quite a monstrosity. The minecart, obviously the minecart will dock to one of those sides and then the items will go all the way around, loop back here. So what we need to think about is which direction we want to have that stuff. Obviously, due to the way I set the system up, the barrels will fill either starting here and then continue on the bottom row in the other direction, or starting down here and going this way up. So that means either this or that is the leftover chest. And we will start with this one, which is on that side. And then of course we need a minecart unloading station. The question is, can we put that unloading station directly over here? Let's try it. Let's try it. For the final barrel we then don't need an item sorter, of course. Oh dear. Yeah, there goes the redstone. We don't need that for the final row, you know? And for the system I thought about kind of this arrangement with all the kinds of stone, dirt and gravel. Obviously we're missing silk touch deep slate. You know, not the cobbled variant, but I think I will generally try to avoid that, and anything that I still get will end up in the final chest. And this probably won't work, as I have the feeling the redstone might be interfering with the hoppers, but we're gonna try it out anyway. And see what happens. Okay, it doesn't work at all. Yeah, that doesn't work at all. That's... okay, I messed up at the first stage, apparently. Which, you know, isn't too ideal. Alright, try number 2. I have now added 2 additional hoppers, so I can pull out the minecart hopper station from the system itself, so things doesn't interfere with each other. And I've also decided to actually don't start on this side, but rather on the other one, as it doesn't make much sense to have the rest chest where everything unsorted will go, to have in the lower category where we have more storage space per slot. Alright, let's try it again. Okay, this now works. Okay, it's now starting to put the things in the barrel. That is good. And then here should be some stone. Awesome. Okay, andesite goes into this slot. Diorite. Awesome. I'm kind of surprised that this works. So the only thing is that we have to connect that up with our station where the chest minecart is diverted. So basically we have to dig out that tunnel and make that connection. There's a slime in a minecart. Oh boy. I think I did it. I have now here the unloading station, and the track goes all the way back, also through this room where the kelp blocks are smelted. And by the way, I also used this opportunity to clean this room a bit up. And as you can see, we are directly below water, which was quite fun to work with, as you surely can imagine. But that track now goes all the way back, and it is time that we now properly test it if also we have enough power rails. And for that I have an assortment of all kinds of stone, including one stack that is not part of the sorting system, which should end up in the final chest. So, let's see if it works. If it's not coming back immediately... Oh no. So that is very good. And then let's see, what was the first stack? Andesite, which is funneling in. Oh, and here go our wooden planks. So that means the first half of our storage system is finally done. Well, almost. I still have to fill out the signs. Perfect. Oh, it's raining again. What a surprise. But when I was talking about working directly underneath the water, that is what I meant. The dangers of underground mining, as you can see. So let's just fill that back up. And also on this end, besides the ship, we have some damage to repair. And if everything went well, the chest minecart should now be on the lower station. Oh, that just never gets old. And there it is. Awesome. That means we can finally cut off all that nonsense. Wait, there's a glow squid. Give me a second. That means we can finally clean up all those random chests with junk that we have scattered around. And we can just sand it off, and ideally it should eventually return. Here it comes. And it's back now. Oh, I love it when multiple systems work perfectly hand in hand. And also eventually an empty minecart should return. Oh, it's already there. Perfect. And for those of you who have been watching this series for quite some time and wondering about this farm, which I tried to fix on a stream and, well, still didn't fully work out, I finally decided that maybe my 3 smokers are simply too much, and the one on the left, I blocked it, so I have just currently 2 working, and it works flawlessly. And in fact, currently it is producing even a little bit too much kelp for 2 smokers, so I have currently 8 chambers, so maybe adding 2 more would fix it that we could unblock the 3rd smoker as well. But then again, it currently is working beautifully, even though just with 2 smokers, so for now I won't touch it. And as you can see, it's producing flawlessly and beautifully. But we now also need to get all that stuff over to this wall. Of course, for that we don't need a sorter, but just a direct connection. With the skeleton farm it will be a little bit different, as obviously there we have different items. So I've now marked out the locations for the things in the system, and then we also have still 5 empty spots for later farms. I mean, obviously we have not built the bamboo farm yet, and I don't think we will do that this episode, but I certainly want to hook up both the kelp as well as the skeleton farm to this thing. As a kelp farm is of course pretty straightforward, it's probably wise to not start with it, but rather with a skeleton farm, because I don't just want to carry the things over here and then sort them, but, you know, bones, they take up a lot of space, and also you rarely need bones, except for taming wolves. What you usually need is either bone meal or bone blocks. Therefore, I think it would be much smarter to have an, you know, auto-crafting arrangement to turn the bones into bone meal and then into blocks and store those. Oh boy. Wish me luck. We have here a chest, which has to remain, as obviously a hopper is Not enough for short-term storage when the minecart is away, but we could tuck it in so it's not quite as awkwardly sticking out as it currently is. Gosh, it's a mess. Yep, that's why we're doing this. The first step is done. If we push down the minecart, this tunnel, which goes all the way to the farm, you see that you don't see anything except for that suspicious little button. And if you listen carefully, very carefully... Oh, that was anticlimactic. Let's try that again. If you listen carefully, very carefully, you can hear the minecart go off again. And well, I've learned not to try to open one of these barrels with an axe, because then that happens. And here it is. So then, that's gear, that's the arrows, and this is for the bone blocks. Okay, then let me figure that out. Alright, let's try it out. We kill the skeletons, and the stuff falls all down here. However, for the first time, we have to make sure that we get on bones first and arrows second, as I don't have any items in the sorting system yet, so it can sort itself. I'm not gonna wait for any more, to be honest, as we do have enough stuff here. I'm just gonna dump that in and hope it works. Alright. Well, then let's close it up and send the minecart away. The bones will not fill in yet because I don't have the crafter system, but gears and arrows should appear soon. Let's maybe look at it from the inside. Generally, it's just what we had before. 2 rows of item sorters, but the first one dead ends here, of course, because that's where the crafting mechanism will be. Then we have the row for arrows, which are now filling in, and all the rest. Oh yeah, we have the first leather boots here, and can we reach that? Maybe. Here we have arrows. Awesome! And then we can continue with the crafting apparatus. I mean, we already have the 2 crafters somewhere. I put them away, of course, because I am what I am. And figure that out, maybe copying what we had over here. Something like that, you know. Today I've learned crafters can directly spit into containers. Yeah, I know, very obvious, but it wasn't for me. Alright, I have now 2 crafters and then all the chests going down to the barrel. Currently, this hopper is locked, and as soon as we remove this switch, magic should happen. Well, magic was supposed to happen. Oh, I see what's happening. It's because of the torch behind that's part of the sorting system. The hopper is still locked. Oh boy. Okay, Tony, try again. And today I've also learned that crafters can directly spit into each other. I'm telling you, one of these days I will be a redstone genius. Not anytime soon though. Then let's try this again and remove this lever and hope for the best. Okay. Things are happening. I'm a genius. I am a genius. Alright. Then we can send all the stuff from the skeleton farm over here. And the final thing we still have to do is to connect up the kelp farm, but, you know, that really is straightforward at that point. Then, everything we need to do is to remove this track, as well as this one, and replace it. And then the next time the minecart is going on its journey, you can of course force it. It will go all the way over there, and it should come back. Ideally. There it is. Awesome. And oh dear. I think there's one more step I need to do, and that is to make sure that all these chests don't have anything in them they shouldn't have. Well, there's more nonsense. How is that still... Oh, I see. So all the kelp should now be trickling in. And yes, even though only half of the barrels here are connected, it already is a big jumbled mess. And that, by the way, is our kelp farm. That is why there's deep slate there. That is not an artistic decision. And as you can see, The kelp is trickling in. The bones are trickling in. The arrows? Are these all the arrows we had? Oh, maybe. I mean, I put a lot of those in the minecart track. Not that nonsense again. Why is that always happening? Come here, I don't want to accidentally hit my dogs. Just because you are a nuisance. Oh, and I was wondering where on earth the minecart for the kelp always gets stuff and dirt from. It's these hoppers. Well, when I thought I was done. Then let's break this connection for now and see how we can reroute it. Because that, of course, is no good. We constantly get trash in the minecart that's supposed to transport kelp. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. I mean, if we scoot it over to the other side, same problem. I have now very awkwardly rerouted that minecart line. Oh, sorry. Didn't thought it would already show up. But it works now. And that is the important part. Oh, and by the way, that Enderman from 2 or 3 episodes ago, still there. Still hasn't left. But the Enderman damage my world has seen is brutal. I mean, look at that. That tree is floating. They just, I don't know. Did they try to play chess or something like that? It's just horrible. And the worst part isn't even that. Look what they did to my sheep pen. How is that even possible? And apparently I've caught a creeper as well as a pillager captain. Where is my fortune? Pickaxe, I need food. Now, after connecting up all current farms to the automatic storage system, or smart storage system is maybe a good name for it, there's really one thing left to do, and that is to put back the nether portal. And I thought this would be the perfect space for it, as A, it covers up all that madness behind here, and after all, it's a minecart station, so pretty much the hub of transportation, so a portal makes just perfect sense, right? And in this case we can also be stingy about the corners. Especially up here it even makes sense, because then we have less to cover up. Alright, maybe some... yeah, I think some stairs would be useful here. So let's put the stairs here and cover up the top of the obsidian with some... what? Pressure plates? No. Trapdoors. That's the word. Alright. Stairs, trapdoors. And then just as we had before, let's put back the deep slate bricks. And then we can light it. Awesome. And it should link up with the same portal on the other side. But maybe let's make sure it really does. But I would be surprised if it created a new portal. Nope, it's the same. Good. Oh, there's still some XP. And while we're at it, maybe let's try to craft an armor stand. If I remember how the recipe goes. So we can display our golden crown. Which side? Maybe this side. So it's always at hand. But with all that redstone nonsense, and those hours upon hours we put into it, I now want to do something fun or more relaxing maybe is more appropriate. Maybe, if you watched last episode, and if you didn't, don't worry, we found some ocean ruins, basically at the feet of our base, which I've never seen before and as such also never explored before, so I'd say we check out those for the final task of today. Bye, fools. Not 2 pillagers in a boat. Oh, bother. And the ruins were somewhere around, I think, after that mount in the water. Found it! Well, let's see what suspicious sand we still can find. That's suspicious. Also suspiciously low oxygen. That's a shirt! More than a pottery shirt. Interesting. Oh, golden nugget. Oh well, there's a drown somewhere. Growling at me. Is that another one? Oh, I don't think it is. It's actually quite tough to differentiate between them underwater. Oh, a nautilus shell. That's kind of you, zombie. Drowned zombie. Still a zombie. More gold? Fine. Maybe I should have brought a door. Would have made some things quite easier. Right. Ooh, an emerald. Another shirt. Awesome. Blade pottery shirt. Ooh, oh dear. Yep, there goes one. Where even was it? I haven't seen it. Just heard it break. Okay, I grabbed the door. This is very annoying. Alright, is that just... Okay, can break that. A treasure map. Probably won't lead us anywhere. Too fancy. Alright, that's everything I see around here. It's a bit sad of a ruin, but then again we got 2 shirts out of it. Not taking into account the suspicious gravel we broke. 11. Okay, we don't actually need too many, that is good. And also you may notice I don't have a bow in my hotbar. That is because my last one was almost dead, but luckily we have a skeleton farm. Did it really just start to rain? Well, then that means we have done everything we need to do right now in the overworld. And we need to head into the nether. Wish me luck. Why does this feel like impending doom? Oh, there are mushrooms. There isn't a fortress here anyway, so why am I bothering? There's no fortress anywhere. That's why I'm bothering. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The question is just how do I get the attention of one of those guys? Oh dear. Don't worry, we have everything under control. More or less. The thing is I would need a strider to get to them. But that kind of defeats the point. I'd rather just fight the Ender Dragon right now. It's less of a hazard than this. Okay, they don't pay any attention to me, do they? No, don't. Run away, Stridey. They're just running further and further away from me. Why are there so many ghasts all of a sudden? Okay, I want to jump down there, but maybe let's not do this. Why is that guy moving so much? Okay, I'm now making a mess out of this. Why? Alright. 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 All under control. Kind of. No, we need to get down. I mean, not figuratively. Oh god. If a ghast shoots us here. We're also... Bright elf. Why are the striders always where I'm not? That is just rude. They're running away from me. I mean, I can't blame them. Come here. Come here. Don't stop. Keep walking. You got that. I believe in you. Because there's nothing else I could believe in here. Do you see this? Surely you see this, right? Yeah, it's not going well. Maybe we just have to bridge over. Oh, I hate this. It's fine. Totally fine. My pinky hurts, but this is fine. Are you kidding me, dude? This is not fine. Yeah, really getting some kind of a pinky condition now. Are you dude kidding me? Why is it Strider just walking straight up away? Am I smelly? Is it that? Because I don't want to risk losing everything? Even though I exactly know that this is how you lose everything, by being a scaredy cat, but oh well. Yay! Okay, that's good. And... oh boy. Oh boy. I'm terrified. I'm scared. This is the best and the worst thing at the same time. I just hope that maybe this way we find a fortress somewhere. I'm lost. I've no clue what I'm doing. No clue. No clue. Ah, this is freaky. Okay, we're in the wastes again. Please tell me there's a fortress around the corner. And how does one even get off of a strider? Without burning yourself to a crisp. Oh, that is a fortress! Well, at least we have that going. But where do we park? Because the fortress also spawned in the worst of the biomes. Okay, maybe let's walk in the other direction. That is awkward. Where do we go? Maybe if we... Yeah, sure. And I'm gonna be cruel now and lock this guy in without lava. It's just, you know, for security measures. Oh god. Oh yeah, I see what's happened. I'm sorry, dude, but you need to stay here for now, alright? I will be back. I promise I will be back. Maybe. If I don't die. Oh. I feel so bad for this fella. I do. So there's some lava underneath all. No, you have to wait here. You have to wait here. I will be back, I promise. I will be back. But for now, that's what we have to do. Okay, and where's that darn fortress now? Where's the pillar? I think it was over there. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Okay, that is still terrifying. Yeah, I hear you, Stridey. I hear you. The moment I get out of this again will be a great moment. It's been a long time. I was so nervous to find a nether fortress. Well, to be honest, it's a long time it was such a hassle to find one. So there's that. Okay, there's XP. Why is there XP? I haven't killed it. What? Why is there XP? Or am I just imagining things now? Come down here. Or go away. Does work also. Yep, that's the most awkward fortress in a long, long time. Or maybe even ever. Alright. Alright, we're in. Now we just have to find a... Oh, never mind. There's already a blaze spawner. So... I don't think I will even... Oh. Never mind. Run too much around. Imagine if we get a head on the first try. That's what I wanted to say. Seriously. Wow! We have a skull. That is awesome. That is very awesome. Okay, maybe I still explore a little bit. You know? Just a little bit. Can't hurt. I think. Okay, there's another spawner. That's a bit of a pickle. Get out of here. Okay, into fire. How many blaze roots does one need actually? Just get plenty and then we have enough. Oh, there. Okay, they are piglins. Oh, don't. I hate that. I remember the first time that happened to me and I was just terrified as all my hearts... You know, it seemed like they all went. Oh, there's another 2 withery guys. I mean, I might as well. While I'm here. Oh, 3 actually. Why can't I... Okay, that was the wrong dude. Can I... Oh! Why are there so many now? Don't panic, Tony. Okay, this is bad. This is very bad. This is very bad. Oh boy. Okay, that was not smart. Don't do that ever again, Tony. Don't do that ever again. Okay, that is not good. Yeah, that is not good. Okay, I have now the bare necessities and all things that I can afford to lose while giving me at least some protection. So let's try find our way back. The plan is I know roughly, I mean what direction the fortress is, of course. And maybe there is even a land connection. Darn it, 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 darn it. I'm pretty sure the fortress must be around somewhere here, but no way to be certain about that. Okay, there's a fortress. There was already multiple. Okay, that is not good. That is not good. How am I still survive this? Okay, honestly, I can't tell you how I'm alive. I'm really not sure about that. But I am. Okay, the stuff is gone. Yep, stuff is gone. Simply took too long to get over here. Oh man. Yeah, I was lost about never coming back to the Strider. Because now without the fungus on a stick, there's no reason to. So I'd say while we're here, let's farm a few blaze rods. And then try to make it safely back home. Excuse me, don't trample my door, fool! Gosh, the audacity! At least this time we could save the door. This time I took the time to almost fully recover. I mean, the enchantments are still pretty bad and we don't have any silk touch, but that is fine. We don't need that, at least we have now full diamond armor, and of course, as we had our golden crown in the nether, I still have the original hat. Piece, helmet, thingy. And this time, we'll take it slowly. There's no need to rush anything, and after all, we only need about 10 blaze rods. So what about this time I simply won't get greedy. We take it slowly, one step after another. And maybe we'll just see if we can find another warped fungus. Let's just take that and be off again. As quick as we can, of course, which is not very quick. That's our tunnel. We duck and panic. Okay, that's the dangerous bit. Oh god, the music or the sound effects. They're really kicking up here. So glad we have a proper way back with our stridey guy, because that is nonsense here. Yeah, what on earth was I doing here? You really, that is... These are the deeds of a panicking elf. Oh yeah. Okay. This is fine. This is totally fine, you know? I'm not questioning my life choices right now. Absolutely not, no. Why would I do something like that? Okay, at least we've got our first death pile back. We got another hat! Okay, Tony? This time we're smart about that. I've brought wood. Wood means crafting bench, and crafting bench means chest. And this beautiful hat that the gods of Minecraft have given back to us goes exactly into here. As well as everything else we don't really need right now. Oh god. That was the wrong side. Don't spawn oh god. Don't spawn directly on top of me, please. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Trying to do construction work while fighting those guys is a little bit much. Yep, and I'm out of here. That's enough for today. That is enough. Because I'm pretty sure there's also stuff around the hallways that wants to eat us. Yep, exactly. Another hat! Are you kidding me? Wow. Today is my lucky unlucky day. Yeah, and let's hope we don't die now. Because that would be really sad. Okay, I'm just gonna run it. I'm just gonna run it. Oh, and there's our poor Strider. Oh my lord. I'm sorry it took so long, dude. Oh, oh. Don't. Oh boy. Okay, I almost did stupid things here. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just go back home. Let's just go back home. I had enough of this deadly realm. Bye! You cannot imagine how happy I was to get finally out of there alive. And then it was time to work on my gear. At least now we've got our silk touch back. First in the chest. Got it. And hunt for some ender pearls and phantom membrane for some slow falling potions. Oh, hold on. Okay, it's nighttime. I forgot that they can get on land. Oh, here we go. Oh, yes. Where's our disc? Give me my pearl back. Jesus Christ, the audacity of these guys. And then I realized we forgot something very important in the nether. Nether wart. So unamused, I went back into the hellish place. Oh, there's some nether wart. Thank goodness. Fortress is actually quite large, but no, I'm going home. I've learned my lesson. Going home. There are just so many wither skeletons. It's just difficult not to, you know? And now they despawned. Okay, I'm leaving, it's fine, the game is telling me something, you know? But as this went down without any issues, thank you, creeper gods. I could finally brew my potions, collect up everything we will need to finally start our journey. And for that it might be most fitting to use our our big ship. Well, not really because it can't go anywhere, but... Oh, it's that direction. But maybe take at least a small boat, because we have been in this direction before, but that is many moons ago. Yeah, and there's that godforsaken shipwreck. Okay, it's still further direct. Please don't break. Thank you. Oh, there's a pillager outpost. Maybe let's not get too close to that. Well, except for when the pearl guides us exactly towards the outpost. That is beautiful. Okay, don't break. Good. Uh-huh. Underneath the mountain. Yep, it goes back. So it must be somewhere around here. Alright, then let's dig. That is massive. But not what we came for. How deep do they actually spawn these days? Oh, diamonds. Okay, that's bedrock. That's bad. That's why it's called bedrock. Maybe let's try this again. This time getting really the exact location. Okay, and here it vanishes. So it must be down here. Of course, I'm now destroying all my ender pearls because God knows where they're going. Oh, thank goodness, finally. Hello? And how long will it take us to find the portal in here? Oh. Well, let's close that door. Ooh, there's a library. Awesome. Okay. And another library. Ooh. Yep, and even more. Oh, I hear a silver... Ooh, and a diamond. But I hear a silverfish. Oh, it must be super close now. Probably above us. There it is! So, I've now set myself up in this, well, prison cell. Don't question it, it just seemed like the safest way. And let's actually see how many pearls we do need. Oh, we can't even really get to it. Oh, we need 11, of course we do. Is our sword strong enough? Yes. Okay, at least that's something. Oh, we have just about enough. Let's cover up the lava because, you know, silverfish and stuff, at least those pools. And then... where is that fish? Oh dear. That's why you do that with the lava, you know? That's exactly the reason why. Okay. Can we reach here? Shoot. Well, so much for the question if you can reach there. No, you can't. Dummy. Now I have to farm 2 more ender pearls. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot, I'm telling ya. How? Good. Thank goodness. Okay, that was not kind of dramatic. Alright. Now this time, for real. Let's hope this works. Okay, that's already not the worst spawn. Don't have to bridge over, which is something I'm definitely in favor of. The thing is, I think you can shoot also them from down here if you just aim it correctly. Yep. Awesome. Oh, the dragon is sold out. Okay. Okay, don't panic, Tony. That's not going well. Gosh, finally. Okay, then I think we can... Oh god. That's dramatic. Shoot that bird out of the sky. Not that I can hit it in the sky ever. Then don't get too close to the wings because they hurt. Ah, here we go. Almost, 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 almost. Okay. With slow falling, that's a bit anticlimactic. Mm-hmm. Ah, more bad breath. Yes! We did it! We fought the Ender Dragon and freed the End. Oh, and look at all that XP. Awesome. Hi dude, how's it going? Why are the cave sounds playing? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Found one! But it doesn't have a ship, I don't think. Huh. That would be sad. Open up. Why are you not opening up? Come on. Let's do some parkour. Everyone's favorite activity, I suppose. Okay, maybe. Come on! Let me shoot! This is annoying. Open up, please. Really, that guy shooting without... Where is... Oh! You teleported up to me, friend. That's very kind of you. 3. Oh boy. That's gonna be a long day. Of course it teleports now away. Oh, oh god. Oh god. Gosh, how many hits? Found another one. Where did you teleport to, dude? Oh god. Oh! Just about made it. With crouching. That was painful. Oh god. Okay, that was stupid. Iron, another Curse of Vanishing Helmet. God. Oh, but a looting sword. Maybe we should use that one. Okay, that's not where I wanted to go, but apparently that's where we're going now. Oh, come on. Let me out. You can't scare me now. Oh, so much good gear and... It is a mending helmet. Oh, there's more nonsense. Okay, that's... less ideal. But I think... we've got that. And now I have to do some serious sorting of what to keep and what not. I really should have cleaned up my ender chest before coming here, but... there's always something you don't think about. Right. Just how it is. Okay. I have now left some items behind which... you know, a single carrot, shears and farmable resources, which are not too valuable. Still my heart breaks because I'm a pack rat. And now we're gonna glide back home. At least that's what I hope we are doing. Okay, I haven't thought that through. The potion of slow falling is quite annoying when you have to walk, or sprint jump rather. We did it! We got so many new things, of course a lot of random tools, but most importantly the elytra as well as 27 shulker shells, which technically are exactly enough to fill half an ender chest. But already, that is awesome and will make building in the future so much easier. Oh dear, that really looks so sad. Maybe let's get out of this cage. After all. Oh. We are free now, free from the curse of the end, even though I never understood what it really does to the world, but apparently it was a curse and we are free now. No, let's rather not look inside this shulker. It's gonna be a bit like, but not exactly like the community center in Stardew Valley. It'll make sense once we get there. But first of all, we have to, well, clear things out. And our good friend Carl, that's what I'm gonna call him now, still hasn't despawned. But I want to have the entrance somewhere here aligned to that. And I want to have a small wing towards the left. The cacti have to move then, but that is fine. They're a bit out of place anyway. Where the heck's my scaffolding? Ah, alright, I've lost it in the nether. I remember. Can you envision it just yet? Yeah, me neither. But that's what we're gonna do. Here we're gonna have the entrance hall and the main hall towards the front. And then we're gonna have two wings with two towers on the opposite corners, diagonally of each other. And then in the middle I plan to have maybe a little garden or something like that. So I'd say with the ground floor planned out, we can almost start building as I have. Really? As I was about to say, I have prepared some resources and we still have more in our storage room if we need it. There's just one resource I'm still missing and that is some pale oak. So I'd say let's quickly gather a bunch of that and maybe let's deal with both of it in a time lapse. So lean back and enjoy. And here it is, the finished community center. At least the outside. I've also added some more details after the time-lapse, in particular all the leaves, as well as more deep slate on the roof to tie it better in with my other buildings, and I think it came out great. So why not now give you a proper tour? We have this kind of luxurious entrance section with a large porch, with 2 sections to the sides where you can, I don't know, hang out and look around and be out of the way. But most important, it was just supposed to be to give it all a ground feeling. And also have 2 signs here for a proper name, as I don't know if community center, if we're just gonna settle with that. If you have any suggestions what we could call that, then please let them in the comments. And I also have this small tower on top of the porch section, which has no interior, by the way, as the interior is only 2 by 2 blocks anyway, so way too small to put something significant in there. And let's go inside, into the Hall of Inspiration. Yeah, and that is also pretty much the only room that we will decorate in this episode, as I've realized this project is a much bigger one than I anticipated. The main feature, of course, or the main feature right now, is this wonderful skylight, which is something I don't want to overuse, as it's not too time appropriate for the style I'm going for. Well, then when we go towards the right, yes, we have more roof lights. This is a main hall, or the largest hall of it all, which will be dedicated to the overworld. So maybe build small dioramas, show off all the rare and obscure things we've collected in the overworld, while this wing on the back will be dedicated to the nether. And we will also have a basement, but I only have dug it out halfway and it's not worth showing, which will then show the underground, both of the overworld as well be basically an extension to the nether biome. Up and down you get by this stair in this tower, which is currently not there, but you can get up. You can get up via this scaffolding, but this is only temporary. But it leads you directly out towards the balcony. Where did that go? A large open plateau. I don't know, maybe put some chairs and tables down here. But I just wanted to have a section where you can just go out in the open, be a little bit elevated, so I have a wonderful view towards the garden area that will be in this middle section. And we also have to think about this hole, which of course leads down to the mine shaft. I'll give you a good view of that later. Then we have that said main tower, which currently I have no use for, or no idea what to do. Maybe we could put on the top of it, which I should show you probably. I was thinking about having a map room, maybe in the roof, similar to what we have in my very first 1.17 Let's Play series. But otherwise we have this wonderful view on all the surroundings. And if you walk around the outside or on top of the roof, you can see the window decoration I've gone for. It is quite simple. I especially tried to keep the colors to a minimum number, so it's not overwhelming, as we already have with the copper and the bright yellow bamboo roofs and the green leaves a good number of colors in here. And then we also have the small tower, which currently is not even accessible, as it's not directly connected to the ground, it just crops out. I was thinking of having a bridge from this big tower to the small one, and maybe I'll add one later, but I'm not too sure. If it's a fully enclosed bridge, it would be way too massive. Maybe just an open one, or maybe that is an Elytra exclusive entrance situation. Here we also have a beautiful view inside. I mean, currently it's completely empty, so not too beautiful, but I'm pretty sure it will be. And if we fly now all the way down into the garden area, there's so much space. Can't wait to decorate that. We of course have this hole leading down towards our roller coaster, which leads all the way down to our mine. There's our chest minecart. I love this thing, by the way. It is very efficient. For the most part, it's just fun, but efficient fun. Here we have an open section, and I'm pretty sure there's a term for that, but I don't know what you would call it. A terrace? Is it a terrace? No, I don't know. Not sure if it was something specific with this, or if it just serves to get from the outside towards the inside, as this smaller wing will in a way also serve for the overworld, but rather for the underwater area. And of course we have another tower, which is currently not really accessible, and also You know, for the towers, for the most part, I did not build them because I have a particular use for them in mind, but just because that building needed some towers. And now you may be wondering, we have the overworld, including the underground and the underwater, we have the nether. But Tony, what about the end? You just went there? How can you forget about that? Nope, I did not. But the end will go entirely underground and maybe come out somewhere here where there will be a pond. But these are currently just some ideas, and we will see if I stick to them or come up with completely new ideas once I tackle them in the future, as there will be a few more episodes dedicated to this build. And yes, that is the overhanging tower. I'd chosen that design as a full tower plonked towards the ground would have enclosed this section a bit too much. It really is the centerpiece of the whole island. Yeah, I love it already. But there's still something to do today, and that of course has to do with those armor stands, as they are not supposed to stay the way they are, as we have this wonderful book, and I suspect that's what most of you are here for anyway, so let's go to work and maybe... much better. Let's maybe center myself, and now it's time for a dramatic transition. Well, editor Tony says not today. But before I show you the finished inspiration haul, just a quick warning beforehand. The next 5 to 10 minutes will show me heavily fangirling, as well as being a little bit vulnerable. Something I usually don't do on YouTube, but I think for this video it's just appropriate. So, just be warned. As it's the case with any form of art, my Let's Plays don't emerge out of thin air, but are rather the result of many years of watching myself, many different artists, many different videos. So I want to dedicate this haul to the 6 artists that had and still have the biggest impact on me as a player, as well as a content creator. Well, the start makes Zisto. While he was not the first Let's Player I watched in general, not even in terms of Minecraft, he certainly was the first one I watched religiously. I watched all of his Super Hostile playthroughs and especially enjoyed his single-player series Zisto Plays Minecraft, which isn't quite as simple as you might expect from a single-player Let's Play series. And not only was he very influential in how I view the game Minecraft as a whole, in taking enjoyment of that feeling of this big, empty and mysterious world where you don't really know what you find, which of course very much stems from the early days of Minecraft, where the world really was very empty and because of that, eerie and scary. But that is an image that still, I think, lives in me and what makes the game so charming in a sense. He certainly also planted my love for Complete the Monument maps. We might have come back to that on this channel eventually, but most importantly for me was the first one to show what a Let's Play really can be with this single-player series. Which, while unfortunately to this day incomplete, he literally ended on a cliffhanger, and even though I don't think he ever officially cancelled the series, I'm very doubtful we'll ever see any more episodes of it. But still already it is, I think, one of the best Let's Plays out there. And then we come to Etho. Of course, he must be in this list. How could he not be? As another one of those early Minecraft Let's Players I personally watched, I'm especially fond of his commitment to, as he calls it officially, second season of a single-player Let's Play series. I mean, technically, the second season I think only consisted of a single or 2 episodes, but we don't talk about that. You know, the new series that is still running on episode I don't know how many hundreds, and I'm still catching up. I still have multiple hundreds more to go, but eventually, Etho, I will get there. And that commitment not only goes for sticking to a single world, which, and here comes the part. At the time I just played for myself, I stuck to this one singular world. But when it comes to YouTube, it is challenging, especially if you just start out, because let's be honest, if I look back at my first 1.17 series, if I would have stayed in this world, people would have always come back to the first episodes, which, well, they are just as everyone's first episodes are. Cringy. Not to mention that generally a Let's Play series tends to lose the energy and tends to lose the interest of the viewers over time. Therefore it just makes sense to start over again eventually. But Eve though, he just doesn't care about that. He just continues with the world, I don't know for how long, probably forever. And that is a great thing, and maybe one day I will be able to do that myself. But also the commitment to his man cave, living underground, making this place his own, as well as those big and crazy redstone projects are something that have a lasting effect on me. Even though I probably will never do something like a Tamagotchi in Minecraft, it's just not, no. I'm not that cruel to myself. It surely does inspire some of my projects that, while even though have only the fraction of the complexity, still push myself to do bigger and greater things than my comfort zone would allow for. And now we enter the era of Hermitcraft. Why False Symmetry wasn't the first Hermit I watched, that was either Grian or Mambo, not sure. Hers were the first videos I watched regularly. How she uses grand architecture and bright colors is something that sticks out to me to this day, and you can find in many of my own builds, which, thinking about it, are way more similar to her build style than I realized. And also the clock she holds in her left hand is of course not a random accessory, but rather refers to her Empire Let's Play series. Also certainly one of the best Let's Plays out there, and one you certainly should watch if you haven't already. Like Theslo Plays Minecraft, it's another one of those that is very storytelling heavy and shows what you can do with a Let's Play if you just think a little bit outside the box. And with Gem, I stumbled into a new chapter of my Minecraft career, you could say. And it's her you can blame why you are watching this video right now in the first place. One day YouTube suggested to me a cozy looking Let's Play series, something I don't usually watch, and also I've never heard of Gemini Tay. But I felt brave that day. Probably how many of you felt about 14.5 minutes ago, clicking on this video. Little did I know that this would be the beginning of a new part of my life. And I know I sound a bit dramatic right now, but bear with me. It all makes sense in a second. Of course, as you probably can understand if you watch at least one of her videos, she got me hooked, and it took a long time to really understand why her videos felt so smooth and you just have to watch more of them. Eventually I realized and understood that a lot of it is down to editing and how she uses music. This way introducing me to a new kind and a new era of Minecraft Let's Plays with a very professional production, something that just was not heard of 2012. Of course I'm referring to a 1.16 survival series, and one of the many things that makes the series so memorable, that Gem took the time to give the audience a look behind the scenes, as she talked a lot about doing YouTube while also finishing her diploma and how she manages her time, as both of these things are very time intensive. And you need to know at that time, I was just dipping my toes into the world of being a content creator. I just had learned to use Blender, was creating my first models, and one day made the decision to present some of the renderings on Instagram. And yes, I have a whole nother existence on social media which has nothing to do with Minecraft whatsoever. We might talk about that at a different opportunity, but as I was saying, I was just starting out with social media and I always was a person with a strong drive to create and always wanted to do that professionally, but it was always just more a dream than a reality. And now having dipped my toes into the water and hearing how Gem managed to put out a video each and every week, despite being in full-time and probably more than full-time occupation with a diploma, I sensed that I would be probably fairly soon in a fairly similar position, where I was trying to finish myself with university while slowly but surely becoming a proper content creator. And I'm not ashamed to admit it, that there were quite a number of episodes of her where I teared up because in a way I felt seen. After many years of trying to find my way into the content creator world, she certainly gave me the confidence that that is something I could do. Of course, watching Let's Plays for many years, I always thought about doing something that myself, but I never really realized that this would be a proper outlook, a proper career, something one could support themselves with. And at that time I was still not thinking about becoming a Let's Player. All that motivation was solely geared towards my 3D modeling career, which, I'm that is where currently my income comes from, as obviously this Let's Play channel is far from being monetized. The thing about Let's Plays, at that time I still thought, surely it would be fun for a while doing some Let's Play videos, but long term, wouldn't it get kinda boring? Wouldn't it be always be the same? Oh well. Little did I know. And in my defense, that was way before Empires happened, so how could I have possibly known? But already Gem's videos gave me a new idea of what a Let's Play could be. I've mentioned already the professional production, but also the way, especially in single player, how she approached Minecraft with very decorative, very well laid out, but still fairly small builds that seemed to me as one, well, just played every once in a while for fun, much more approachable than mega builds, and ultimately helped me to brush up on my own build skills, which until then very much still looked like 2012, if you know what I mean. And for those of you who were already around for my 1.17 Let's Play, those builds there that look all kinda decent. They were in fact the first ones of this kind I did, as starting as a Let's Play I really pushed myself and tried to apply all those things that I've learned. I might eventually have to give you a tour of my pre-YouTube world. Maybe that would be a good 1000 subscriber special. We'll see. But then Empires comes along, and as until then I have never watched any of her SMP content, it was only then that I got introduced to this lovely lady from down under. And back at the time I still recall my exact thoughts, almost in exact words, as I just wanted to watch her first Hermitcraft episode to get introduced to her, to see who this other new member is, but that's about it. No more episodes after that. As already watching Falls, Etho and Gem, a fourth perspective would be a little bit much. That's what I thought, but I mean, we could blame it just on this awesome time-lapse soundtrack she uses. I mean, seriously, this is just such a dopamine boost, this song. It's unbelievable. But I think there was more than that. The way Pearl approaches building. I tried myself to build in her style, and I can tell you from experience, this is just painful. The way she uses different materials for texturing. I think it was Exuma who compared it with painting, and it truly feels like painting. It's just incredible. And both her builds as well as her editing, if there's one word to describe it, then it would be perfection. You see, with the Let's Plays, as we have to be realistic, they are produced in an incredibly short amount of time, usually by only a single person, maybe a separate editor, but of course the resulting video isn't comparable with a professional movie production or TV series. So you have slips here and there where maybe a part of a word gets cut off, or a transition is rough, or things like that, and really no one cares about them. It's just what you would expect from a YouTube video, and as long as it doesn't detract from the video itself, why should one care? But with Pearl's videos, you don't find anything like that, because everything is just perfect to the last cut. It is just something I admire so much. Her production quality, it's just second to none. And Pearl very much weaponizes her editing skills against you for emotional flashbacks like her finale of Empire Season 1. And last, but certainly not least, is this British man, Joel. And it was only when he joined Hermitcraft, not very long ago, that I really became familiar with him. Of course I have seen him in Empires or the Life series, but to be honest, at that point I was never too invested or never too intrigued by him. But only when I learned who he really was, what a sweet guy he actually is, very contrary to the way he likes to portray himself, I just had to add his videos to my regularly watch schedule too. And especially if you, and I'm pretty certain there will be some of you, who aspire to become Let's Players themselves. If you want to learn how it's properly done, then you shouldn't listen to me, but you rather should watch and learn from this guy, as he really is an expert of entertainment. Sure, I could talk about his stunning builds, but what I really think most about when I think about Joel is just the way how he presents his videos. the amount of time he spends on his intros, and he doesn't do that just because he feels like doing it. That might be what he wants you to believe, but he pretty well knows that having a good intro, having one that just forbids you from clicking away, is the key for a successful YouTube video. And there's certainly a lot I want to try out myself, as coming back to thinking about doing Let's Plays would become boring over time. It only becomes boring if you allow it to become boring. But if you don't, then it's just a field of endless possibilities. Alright, I did it. You probably can't tell, but this was for me quite difficult to record. So be kind to me. And now you know which people inspire my own videos the most, and you will probably be able to spot a lot of details that are directly inspired from one of them. Of course, there are plenty more awesome Let's Players and many more who have been part of my Minecraft journey and have inspired me one way or the other. Way too many to list them all, so why not let me know who are your favorite Let's Players? And who inspires you the most? And that doesn't have to be limited to just Minecraft Let's Players or Let's Players in general. Just let me know who inspires you artistically. Yeah, I'm the first to admit, this shoreline looks ugly like heck. So why not fix it with a build that has been desperately missing from Copper Island? A cozy tavern to hang out in the evening, have a drink, and enjoy your stay. However, first of all we need to gather some resources. Especially more pale oak, as we used all of it, and more than all of it, in our last build project. Some mud blocks, which are very relaxing to craft and gather. Just kidding, they are the most frustrating block in the game. And also a healthy amount of bamboo, as I still have not built that auto bamboo farm yet, which I was intending to build for only the creepers know for how long at that point. Oh, and also some more deep slate, as we are always running low on that. But that way, we also work on our riches. Beautiful. Should we turn this guy into a charged creeper someday? Could be an idea. I have gathered now all the resources. One can at least hope that this will be enough. And I was thinking, if you let me get rid of this tree, as a natural terrain forms this beautiful indent. This would be a nice place for the tower, right? A tower attached to the corner, similar to how we have done it with the community center multiple times. I know, this might all look more like witchcraft right now, but then we can have this tower in the corner, while the main structure goes along here. And this time we will work with a spacing of 5. As that means we have perfect centers. You know, uneven numbers and stuff. But thinking about it, I might push it 1 block over, so that the center, I plan to have a little underpath here, is not really in the center. It's slightly off center. Is it slightly enough? Not sure. It still looks pretty centered. Yeah, I decided to go 1 block further. Because then you clearly see that this distance is longer than this one. Perfect. For the width, the segments will only have 3 block spacing in between. Otherwise, that building will turn out massive, which is not necessarily what we want. Oh, and these are perfectly placed, aren't they? And we have to do more deforestation, I'm afraid. Even an elf has to cut down some trees sometimes. And about the actual design of the build. While I want to keep it in with the established color theme, I want the build style to be a bit more medieval inspired, as, you know, taverns tend to be old and rustic. So we have our set-in foundation just as usual, nothing special here. But then it will crop out the further up it goes. First a line of black stone, deep slate. And then it will actually hug the pillars with a row of dark oak. Only on top of that, I then want to add the trusty pale oak. And of course we will have the bamboo on the roof again, but I might not be so heavy on the copper this time, as it's more of an old rustic townspeople build, so therefore less noble than the other builds we already have.
but I'm sure I will find some ways to tie in the copper just to stay on theme. Now we need to kind of think about the entrance. I want to have it on the first floor, not in the basement, so we need a stair. We could have it just coming out from here. I mean, it needs to be taller, but I think you get the idea. And that is the underpath. I will dig it out a little bit deeper, so we don't just bang our heads the entire time. And we can just go back and forth to have this wonderful view. I'm not really sure if we can utilize the space underneath here. You know, for a cellar would make sense. Especially the bigger part. The smaller one would be probably more difficult because that is quite cramped. However, before we now juggle for 2 hours blocks on camera together, I think I will turn the rest of the build process into a short time lapse. So lean back and enjoy. So much about turning this guy into a charged creeper. Now he has found some friends. Oh dear. However, the Cliffside Tavern is done. And coming from this direction, it's kinda hard to believe that not too long ago, this was nothing more than a stony shore. And here's that said underpath, which leads directly through to the cliff. And there actually is something down here, a little dog, which, if you'd ask me why it's there, I honestly have no idea. I just felt that this bay needed something. And that also gives us a proper way to climb up, as otherwise you, well, have to do some parkouring. Which can be quite tricky. And besides the glow lichen, which there's them, I've also added in mossy cobblestone, a little bit of cracked deep slate into the wall, to make it seem more rustic and run down. And welcoming us in is a wonderful glowing sign that says Cliffside Tavern, always open, and of course, properly done on both sides. And for the leaves, I've actually added some azalea leaves here, as these are the only ones that are not biome dependent in terms of color. All the other leaves all turn kinda this bluish green, which is lovely, don't get me wrong. However, I wanted a little bit of a brighter color here. The pink flowers certainly helped too. Not sure why I'm such a fan of this color combo. Not sure. And then we come in. We first of all are in this little entrance room before we enter the actual tavern space with this wonderful rustic wooden floor. I also have a small upstairs section. Not sure, we could maybe put some beds in here for people staying overnight or just use it for storage. And the tower actually serves only one purpose, and that is to hold that spiral staircase, which leads all the way up to this wonderful outlook. And yes, I know what you're thinking. Tony, there are quite a lot of towers in this place. Yeah, that is true. I have noticed that too. And that stairwell also leads into the cellar, but yeah, we'll come back to that in a minute. Let's rather start with that. And first of all, before we think about any furnishing, we need a proper ceiling, because that is just very boring right now. No, not a fan. Let's try again, Tony. Nope. But what if we just tried a checkered pattern? It's a bit too busy. But I guess that works, having dark oak going towards the length of the room and then some slabs in the other direction, and just fill the holes with regular oak trapdoors. And what does one have in such a room? I guess a little bit of a storage section. Some barrels maybe. Guess coat hangers would make sense. How does one craft them even? I mean, not coat hangers, but tripwire hooks. That's the word. Iron ingot for 2. Rather expensive, but oh well. Now for all the guests, and then maybe some trapdoors to top it off. Yeah, I guess that works. And then maybe just some flowers in the corners. Yeah, I'd say this is a successful first room. And now comes the part which I'm most nervous about. For some reason. Building the interior of the actual tavern. Probably because I never built a tavern in Minecraft before. However, I've been in one. I've been in multiple, as I do leave my house every once in a while. I'm not just playing Minecraft, I promise you. I do leave the house. And not just to visit taverns either. If we would do it the proper way, we would probably need a separate section just for the kitchen, but you know, it's Minecraft after all, so I don't want to use up too much space for it, so we are just gonna have an open kitchen. And then the counter somewhat in front of it. Not completely blocking the stair, as this is, you know, should be accessible for visitors, for the public, but still to have it sectioned off. We'd probably have a few bar stools in front of the counter along here, and then maybe a big table spanning, maybe, why not actually really have one ginormous one here, and then maybe a few smaller ones dotted around. I think that would make sense. So give me a minute to turn those blocks into proper furniture. Oh, I love what I did here. But first things first. For the entrance hall, I've also now added a bookshelf, as I thought that tavern needed one somewhere, as well as a rug. And now let's get to the tavern itself. You get directly greeted by this massive table. Currently I have 10 seats around, but you could even squeeze in a few more. And then 3 smaller tables for just 2 or 3 people each. And how you see it quite often in taverns, restaurants or bars, I have a variety of paintings on the walls, just above the windows, which I think very much adds to the cluttered feel, which is wonderful. I especially love this painting. It is so beautiful, quaint. You know, you can imagine staying beside the window, maybe open it up, looking outside into the ocean, have your steak with nothing else, and not even a drink on this table. Oh well. And yeah, for the ceiling I've opted for 2 beams to give it all structural integrity, as it is quite a large roof. You know, there needs to be something holding it up. And I've decided to have a gradient from dark oak to spruce, regular oak and then birch. And I think that works out wonderfully, accentuating even more the height of this room. Now I imagine this is quite expensive to heat in the winter probably. Oh well. And then we have the bar. Unfortunately, because these are fences, you cannot directly jump on them, but you can parkour onto them, right? If you're able to. Come on. Here we go. And like you have it in bars, usually also the counter is 1.5 blocks high. So the perfect height for those stools. The only one which is a bit tricky because these are pressure plates is this one. You won't believe how often I just bumped into that pressure plate while building the interior. Oh, you won't believe it. Oh well. Then we have, almost did it again, a large painting here which fills out this blank wall quite nicely. And then the kitchen area. Unfortunately, as you can't really put job benches on half slabs, and putting all those 1 block higher would have looked awkward, I've now opted to have the floor, you know, slanted higher towards the front, so you can properly attend to your customers, and lower in the back with general things you could need for cooking. And yes, this is an iron pressure plate. It must be a long while since I last time crafted one. And I finally found a space for some of the shirts. Oh god, that gave me a heart attack. For some of the shirts we found. And you know, we have various food items around, a cake, a pumpkin, but not everything is equally edible. And oh yeah, 2 taps for drinks. Unfortunately, you can't really put a mug down here. It would look lovely, but just not possible. Upstairs here, some things changed, as I've just added in 6 beds for, you know, people that want to stay overnight. Yeah, it's not the most luxurious commodity up here, but so we just have that part, as it's a vital part of every tavern, I suppose. At least in D&D, it is a very vital part of every tavern you come across. Oh yeah, and I also have some more plants, because you always need some greenery. However, down below, things changed massively as we have now the whole room cluttered with all kinds of junk. And by the way, all these containers are empty. I'm probably not going to use them. They are just for decoration. There's another one of our shirts and various heads of more or less edible food items scattered around, as well as some drinks. And last but certainly not least, I've now also added a chimney, you know, to be in line with the kitchen. And I'm fully aware that it looks a bit precarious right beside the outlook tower, but that's just how it worked out, you know? We only can hope that whenever someone's up there, the wind, you know, doesn't blow necessarily in that direction, because I feel like that would be unpleasant. But with that, the Cliffside Tavern is done. And I can already tell you, this must be one of my favorite builds ever, especially the interior. Don't tell me you wouldn't want to spend your night in here. It's just lovely. But let me know if I've forgotten about something or if we should add some very important things that would add to the atmosphere. Also from the water it looks quite lovely, doesn't it? Oh well, let's maybe finally deal with those guys, as I don't want to lose a creeper. I feel now like a proper pirate. Cue some dramatic music. So now we have to be very precise about that. Look at that aim. Yay, we did it, and will I now be able to pick that stuff up? Do we just have to leave it to despawn? That potion might be tricky. Good. Yeah, I'm seeing you. What are you staring at? Pretty that place, eh? No, these are not creeper friends. These are plants. But just as prickly as you are. Just as prickly. And to also give you an update on the community center, I worked on the transition between the overworld and the nether hall, and I think this fake portal looks rather nicely. I've also decided to have the stairs up now, not directly underneath the tower, but rather here to the side. For this I added this half of a floor, where we actually can see our tavern from here, which is quite lovely. And yes, that leads to our balcony. And then we have a spiral staircase further up, but I haven't done anything with the interior there. So the only thing left to do is to figure out how to transition to the underground section, and then we can start on the actual exhibitions for this hall. You know, all the things like, I don't know, heads, special items we've collected. Let's blow some things up. Oh dear. Yes, I'm finally gonna do the bamboo farm today, which I have been procrastinating for way too long at that point. However, before we do that, I think it's time that we also finally try to get some mending the proper way. You know, not by fishing. And in fact, this guy has been sitting there for quite some time. What are you staring at, dude? The minecart? Oh, ouch. Yep. Still spicy. Oh. Alright. Alright. That didn't go quite as planned, but close enough. Come on, Frank. You can, ouch. You can do it. I believe in you. Well, maybe not. Yeah, the trapdoors. I want to help you. Come on. Don't be so rude. Yeah, and I want to turn that guy into a librarian. Oh dear. Get into... Oh god. Get into the minecart, you dummy. It's not that difficult. Come on. No? How can you hit me from down there? That's not fair. Not cool, bro. Not cool. Come on. Get... thank you. And now, up you go. Bye. And now I have to wait for a minecart for myself. Oh. I know what happened up there. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let's chase the minecart before it comes back. Hi, Enderman. Still stuck there? Yeah. Because you see, I've removed a detector rail from here so that there was no chance for this guy to be sent back. And because of that, everything got stuck here. But that's fine. We can fix it later. What we need now is a potion of weakness. Did we get one? Yes. For that, of course, also some mushrooms, as well as some sugar. And, of course, a golden apple. Hi, Frank. You're feeling better? No? Well, the pain will be gone in a minute. I promise. Wonderful. And now we just have to wait. Maybe we should make it all a bit more villager-proof. Because you know how these guys are. That is all absolutely not villager-proof, I'm just realizing. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. That should be safe, right? Ah, let's hope. Meanwhile, I can continue digging on this hole for our farm. Even though I have no clue how big that actually needs to be. I guess I just start and we'll see. Ah, here we go. Frank, how's it going? How are you feeling? Ah, wonderful. And actually, he's still in the minecart, which is not what I expected, but I'll definitely take that. But now comes the actually challenging part, and that is to bring that guy all the way to the surface. But seeing that he's still in the minecart, we might build a temporary minecart line for that. And now we just need to push that guy. Press the button. And off he goes. And hopefully there are no zombies about. I really should have checked beforehand. Oh well. Oh well. I'm sure it will be fine. See? Told you. He's safe and sound. It always happens. Oh well. Now we put down the lectern and then... Dude. I'm sorry. You must be kidding me. On the first try, despite hitting that guy. Now he's scared, I think. It's probably that. Oh boy, let's lock the trade in as fast as we humanly can. Awesome. Okay, that is exciting. However, I don't want to have this guy in this, well, quite frankly, very ugly interior, but rather, with a little bit of editing magic, we can turn this room into a wonderful library. Now Frank, our librarian, is comfortably nestled in. He can't escape, but then again he's surrounded by all his favorite things. Books and even more books. We even have space for possibly another librarian eventually. Then this side houses just the ladder upwards. And the final side has a little reading nook. Because every proper library needs a reading nook, right? And we even have a hidden crafting table nestled in there. But behind me you may also realize that one of those bookshelves, or one of those bookshelf walls I should say, is not like the others. Behind me there are in fact chiseled bookshelves, so we can fill them in with custom books. I don't plan to use it for enchanted books, but really for custom books we might write. I don't know why we would write books in this world, but if we do, there's space for that. And yes, I know I did damage to you while trying to get you out of the minecart. I'm sorry, so take this splash potion and also take your name. And now we can buy as many of those as we need. Wonderful. How cheap can they get? It was at one point at 1 emerald just. But these discounts, they disappear quite quickly, it seems. Ah, here we go. 1 emerald for mending. I mean, that almost feels illegal. How many even? Seriously, guy. You sure you're not sold out yet? I think that's actually more than enough. And I also did some trading with villagers in a nearby village to get all those emeralds in the first place. Or should I say, a singular villager, as everyone else in this place was either a nitwit or already undead, which was quite painful. But eventually I found out that one of those nitwits was actually just too stupid to pathfind to their job bench. And we also brought over a pig, as there were no pigs whatsoever on Copper Island before. And yes, I'm aware, I need 2 of them, but, you know, 1 at a time. And this is a very special one, as it braved with us a group of pillagers. Therefore, I'm gonna call that pig Warrior. I don't think he cares. I don't think he does. But with all that nonsense aside, I think it's finally time to fix up our gear. I have now fixed the majority of my gear, not necessarily all pieces, as for some of them I still wait for some other enchantments to put on there first. But the most important ones are definitely all mended. But with all of those distractions aside, I don't think we have any more excuses to further stall our bamboo farm project. And now let me give you a quick tutorial on what I will do. Obviously this farm is a very simple bamboo farm that has been done by many people before. First of all, we need some minecart tracks in the bottom layer. That is where our minecart or hopper minecart will collect the items. Then above on that, we will have the sugarcane, and then your pistons on the second row, and finally some observers on top of that. The other way around. Alright, I'll do some more digging now and show you the finished layout. So that is our minecart line collecting the bamboo. As you maybe can see very soon, this is a minecart line for our kelp farm, so we can't go any further into that direction. That is our minecart tunnel, where the Enderman is hiding, and that is also the return line of the minecart tunnel. So that's the only space we have, but that is ample, you know. We have in total 7 rows, because for the final one, as the minecart line is quite a lot higher up than the floor of the basement itself, we can hide the pistons underneath the minecart line and have a wonderful glazing. And I also did some testing if these power rails are enough for a completely full hopper, even though it probably will never be completely full, but just in case. And as you can see, it makes it without any problem. We could even be more stingy about the power rails, but just to be safe, I put in a few more than needed. However, with all the foundation now laid out, we will turn the build process into a quick time lapse. See you on the flip side. I know that I kinda say that to everything that I built lately, but it's true. I really love that farm, especially as it's so accessible. As we enter this door, first of all, through those copper trapdoors, you can see the minecart running back and forth, which is actually accessible. You know, just in emergencies, and also the first bamboo chamber is technically accessible. In reality, of course, it's a bit difficult because there's bamboo in the way. But that also is the only chamber where we have this kind of a door. However, if we go up here, we have of course our minecart for the kelp system running, which we should not get in the way of. we can walk on top of this beautiful farm and have a good view in all of those chambers to see when something is not working, what's happening. I also did decide to double up the observers just to have it the farm a bit quicker, as otherwise some bamboo plants would be able to reach the ceiling. And on the final row, you notice that wonderful glazing, which can be seen from our minecart line. But as you may or may have not noticed in the time-lapse, I kind of had an existential redstone crisis towards the end, where I realized that I simply couldn't put observers on this side, so I had to get the redstone signal from that block. Also, we don't have any observers on this side, just to keep it a bit cleaner, but, you know, on the other wall of this middle section there are observers. We had to get that signal all the way over here, which, you know, sounds easy at first, and really is, but the line is just too long for a redstone output, so we need to use repeaters. But repeaters mean that not all of the pistons would fire at the same time, or delayed in contrast to the row behind it, or in front of it, depending from how you look at it. So I decided to take this opportunity and put all of the bamboo plants on the frontmost row to all different delays, so that they would be harvested one after the other. We probably won't be able to see that on camera, but ideally this plant gets harvested first, and then it goes with one redstone tick delay all the way down to this side. I wasted a buttload of repeaters on that just so that the delay is intentional, you know? And we don't have any unwanted delay just because we needed a repeater there. Yeah. Over-engineering stuff, that's what I do. If we follow the minecart, if we chase it all the way through into a redstone chamber. Yeah, sorry. We get out here, where we have, you can barely see it, a crafter down here. As obviously, to store bamboo is kind of a waste of space, so we craft them into bamboo blocks. And I'm not sure, but I may or may have not invented a new thing here. Because we have the crafter here, but you may hear that you can't hear anything. Except for when a minecart comes along and brings stuff. And that is because of the unloading station, which detects if stuff is flowing through the hopper, which is by default on, so the minecart goes off again. But that redstone signal also gives a constant signal to the crafter, which is not good, of course, as a crafter needs pulses to be able to craft, not a constant signal. And just as my next redstone crisis was about to set in, I realized that, albeit unintentional, that actually is a good thing. Because obviously, if the minecart is here unloading stuff, that redstone line turns off. So the crafter receives no longer that constant signal, but rather the pulses from the 2 observer clock down here, and is able to craft again. In other words, whenever there is nothing to craft, the crafter is shut off. Which, you know, in terms of lag is very positive. And also, if you're a bit derpy like me, you might also wonder about, you know, there's currently 1 bamboo in here, but how do I prevent it from crafting sticks? I mean, you already see the answer. Sticks are a shape-dependent recipe, meaning we need to have 2 bamboo on top of each other to craft a stick. But as the crafter fills up from the left to the right, there will never be just 2 bamboo in this position in there. So crafting sticks just can't happen without us having to do anything. So that works wonderfully. However, as you may notice, it gets really cramped in here, which is kind of a bummer, considering we still have 5 empty barrels here. Here's our bamboo, which fills up nicely. Oh, there's an enderman. And while I do have plans for additional farms, like maybe a gunpowder farm or a paper farm to craft rockets, I'm not sure if we can really put the redstone behind us for that anymore. Plus, also the hall itself is pretty much full. All those wall segments are... gosh, these endermen are occupied, so if we want to have more farms, there's only really the floor left. But that's a future me problem. However, can we take a second and talk about endermen? There seems to be a bug in this game where they teleport themselves onto stairs, or maybe even other transparent blocks, where they can't walk away because there are the rails in the way, but are apparently also unable to teleport away. You know, I have now, including the one outside of the barn, 3 Enderman trapped at my base, even though this one technically isn't because it, it just can walk around. But it has been in this corner for quite some time, so... yeah. Something about this base seems to be really attractive to Enderman. I don't know what it is, and I don't like it. How has that happened again? But now with our secret, or rather not so secret basement being, well, obviously not done yet, as there may or may not be more farms we will add in the future, but I certainly can say the first step is done. There's really only one thing that's missing, and that is some greenery. Because currently it looks way too clean in here, and we have to change that, right? Here we go. Alright, there it is. I think the greenery adds a lot. Obviously I still have to, let some of the things grow and also string them or cut them, depending on what type of greenery they are. But it looks a lot more lived in, you could say. Don't mind me doing some wheat harvesting, cause believe it or not, I'm constantly running out of that stuff. So you would think about now it's time for a proper wheat field, right? Because that is, well, I'm the first to admit, very pathetic. Very pathetic. And we even have all that real estate over there available to us. However, I'm not gonna grind all that wheat by hand, oh no. With a big wheat farm, we also need a big windmill, so let's maybe figure out that first, before we plant then the wheat all around it. I already gone ahead and cleared out the space where we're gonna build the windmill, as at that point, I certainly have recorded me cutting down trees more than enough. Plus, as a common forest elf, I also don't enjoy cutting down trees too much, so you don't have to see me suffer. And yes, it's raining again. It's always raining. And there's a creeper. Where did that guy come from? The windmill is gonna be fairly large, from what I have planned. So we need to be careful here, because I want to have some wheat in front of it, and I don't want to collide it too much with the skeleton farm. I think that makes for a good center, and I'm gonna build a very old-timey windmill that turns around in its entirety, so that will be the turntable pretty much. I do think that's a strong foundation, should be big enough for what I have in mind. And now let's start with the actual superstructure, and for that we need some dark oak, which hopefully I have. Then maybe some copper for the actual turntable. And then the supporting beams for the superstructure. You almost could think I know what I'm doing. Time for strapping. And this time we don't have any copper underneath, so... everything is good in the world. And we do have to think about from where do we enter the windmill. Yeah, something like that. And now imagine that being flexible so that when the windmill turns, it does not get caught here. Or maybe just have to retract it every time we go in and out. Just use your imagination for a bit here, alright? Okay, seriously now. Why does it rain again? Yeah, alright. I think you get an idea of the size. I mean, in terms of a build, it's not that big, but for a windmill, I certainly didn't want to go any bigger than that. But now comes the awkward part. Because somewhere here, we have the axle for the blades. Are they even called blades on a windmill? Like on a wind turbine? I have no idea. But the axle for that goes out here. So, as you can see, we have the roof line here. That needs to crop upwards. And that's gonna be a bit interesting, to say the least. Yeah, I think that's going in the right direction. I know it looks very odd at the moment. Like a clown who got the wrong colored nose. Something like that. Yeah, I think that roof shape works out fine. And now I'm taking on quite a risk here. As you see, the axle is on a diagonal. However, for the rotor blades themselves, I've decided to have them perfectly straight, vertical and horizontal rather than slightly off to the side. I did some testing in Creative beforehand, but with the design I'm going for, I just could not find a way to make it look good on a diagonal. On a diagonal. Two-ways diagonal. You know what I mean, hopefully. Of course, by having them perfectly straight, it might look a little bit boring. Let's just try it out and hope for the best. Alright, now comes the awkward part, and that is to build those things. You know, that's where the happy gasp would come in useful. Shoot. And I did a little bit of math beforehand. I know, scary. Basically, I want those blades to be 12 blocks long. Well, that means on the diagonal, we need 9 blocks. Oh no, I've created a mob farm. Oh. Oh boy. That was a bit too close to comfort. I'm so glad mobs are too stupid to work with ladders. Gosh. Yeah. That's going in the right direction. Let's add the other two. Oh yeah, I like it actually. I think that works out alright. And if you know a little bit about windmills, unlike me, you may notice that actually that is a windmill out of use at the moment, as we don't have any canvas, any cloth behind the blades. But that is an intentional decision, as I wanted to have that beautiful structure that those blades have without the canvas on visible. And if you covered that up with wool blocks, it would look clunky. Looking from the outside, the windmill is still very blind, as we don't have any windows whatsoever. So the next step is for sure to sort out the layout of the inside. So the first floor will be a rather shallow one with just a singular window. And that is my very first time I'm using these awesome, how are these called? Copper grates. They actually have a lovely texture for windows. And then for the second floor we will have a little bit higher of the ceiling and also taller of a window. I'm about to create another mob spawner, aren't I? And we also should not forget the middle axle, and for that I'm very fancy and use actually full copper blocks. And then we finish off the outside with just a couple of trapdoors. Are these too many trapdoors? Maybe. How about... Does that look weird? That does look weird. How about that? Just have one singular down here and the fancy setup up there. Yep, I think that works. And for some good measure, I've now also put in those dark oak fences on the corners and roughened up the texture with just some pale planks. I kind of envision it patches where the coating of the windmill got chipped off over time. I think it just adds a little bit more visual interest. But with that, the exterior is complete. And we can finally turn our attention to the inside. And yes, I've also added this trapdoor because it just makes much more sense. And now comes the part where I need to confess, I have actually no idea what a windmill looks like from the inside. I mean, I roughly know what's happening, but... yeah, I'll try my best, so bear with me. So, I've now smoothed out the ceiling from the inside, and that way I also got rid of the lighting glitches. And seeing that this is the axle of the rotor, we might even... Not sure, do we want to remove this floor? Well, actually maybe leave it as it is. Because then we have some additional real estate up here which we can use for storage. Which is probably not even that bad, right? And considering we will probably never see this space ever again anyway, I think storage is the right thing for up here. Just a few chests, and we might put a few trapdoors around here as a banister. As you can see, I've now decided to remove a little bit from the floor in the middle, so we can still see the axle from the floor underneath. Exactly the right number. Perfect. Yeah, I think that works out great. The centerpieces will probably be 2 mill drums. Mill drums? Millstones? However you call them. I have no idea. It's a bit massive, but maybe that's just what we have to work with. At that point, I'm really just making things up. So you can imagine we would have several cogs here that transfer the power to a smaller shaft, which in turn then turns the millstone. Something like that. Sure, that makes sense. And we could, of course, use some clean copper for the inside, because maybe that's, you know, kept in a better condition. Obviously, these will turn oxidized because they're not waxed, but we have a singular bee's nest, so we can do that stuff later. I'm not sure. You know, maybe just something like that. I mean, you cannot put them upside down, can you? They will always... Oh, you can. Yeah, because that looks much better, doesn't it? Oh, and it's raining again. But to make that whole thing actually functional. You know, not just for looks, but actually functional. I've prepared a little bit of redstone. So I guess we start with a hopper so we can throw in stuff. And... how? Alright, yes, that's the right way around actually. And then we just need 2 observers, which need to kiss each other. Well, not like that. That's not how you kiss. That's how you do it. And then we can put in the wheat from on top here. And what the hell is it doing? Why is it just sending the wheat out again? Is it because of the hopper? Wait. Ah, alright, we need to have the barrel directly underneath. I mean, the hopper wasn't necessary anyway, I just used it as a spacer. But apparently that's not a thing. Alright, let's try that again. We throw in some wheat, and then out comes bread. Perfect. However, realistically speaking, I don't need bread. What I need would be something to put all that wheat into hay bales. But the issue with this contraption here is that even though these are not locked, these will never fill up to craft a complete hay bale, as obviously it will just do bread instead. So for this one we need to have a comparator. And now things get a bit awkward because the comparator needs to be somewhere here. Oh, that's a funny machine. I wondered if that would be an issue. Obviously, because I have one item in the crafter, as soon as a trapdoor gets a redstone signal, it flips. Lovely. Oh boy. Why does redstone take up so much space? You know, actually it's pretty simple. You need a comparator and then a long enough redstone line, or with the exact right length, so that as soon as 9 wheat pieces are in here, the crafter fires. And I even had to carve out a little bit from the wall to make that thing fit into here. Which I had to cover up from the outside with trapdoors, but that's fine. Actually adds a little bit detailing to the outside, so I don't mind that. And as we wouldn't have been able to put another one of these in here, the other one is just for wheat. We can put 3 into, and if we activate it, we get wheat. And you know that off switch is just for sanity's sake. And also up here I've now added composters, barrels, a little bit of stuff to make it messy. Alright, let's now try it out. When we put all that stuff, that was quick. And, well, what's left for the bread? Here we go. One wonderful loaf of bread and hay bales. But I know, some of you will probably now ask, won't it be just easier to craft the stuff manually? You know, it's just wheat into blocks. We have to harvest it by hand anyway, so what's the point? Well, The point is just because it seemed fun, but it really has no proper purpose. But that's alright. That is very much alright. But what has a proper purpose, or rather will have a proper purpose, are the rolling wheat fields. And while we're at it, you may notice that we have cliffs here, cliffs there, and then the vanilla terrain in the middle, which is just not particularly ugly, but also not particularly pretty. It's just meh. So while we're at it, we will also terraform all that stuff. And seeing that this is a lot of back and forth, and also we had no time lapse so far, how about we turn this process into a very satisfying time lapse. Enjoy! And the transformation is done. And as you can see with the terraforming, I did not only do the cliffs, but also added this nice lump of land, so we have a nice outcropping of the golden wheat. I think that looks beautiful. And also, before anyone worries, I did do the terraforming all the way to the bottom of the ocean, which was not fun, but, you know, has to be done. But let's walk through it together to experience the full immersion. And I also added this little way here in the cliffs up and down, which I think is rather cute. And that's the path that just dead-ended at the beginning of the episode, which I've extended all the way through the wheat fields. And as you can see, we are already in the middle of it, of this golden beautiful stuff. And we have a few azaleas around, because originally all this was a spruce forest. So I wanted to put a few trees back, and I think the azaleas add a lovely pop of color, especially as those leaves don't change with the biome. They're always that bright green. Quite a contrast to the spruce trees. And yes, these are sapling trees, but slightly modified so they're not quite as much hanging over. And for the night I also added a few lanterns with a very simple, but I think effective design that does exactly what we need. And when we follow the path, we have a smaller path, actually not that much smaller, but you know, a little bit more rustic, that leads down the small cave that was here already. I of course decorated it and also carved it out a bit more. And it also leads down to the water line, which is, I think, just very beautiful, especially as our cliffs are kinda steep. It's quite difficult to get down, so that is lovely. And we have another one of those. Not quite, but this thing, which leads to a water-filled cave. No idea what I want to do with this. In a way, I don't just want to cover it up, because the way it comes out here is kind of lovely. But I just ignored it for now and, you know, planted the wheat around it. And if we cross through that ocean of wheat, I have planted about 1500 wheat seeds, so should we ever need wheat, we now have it. We now have more than one elf could ever need. Oh, it's lovely. I love it. And if we continue further, when we come back to the old area, there's our community center, and there's the Cliffside Tavern. And I've also added one lantern here, as otherwise this end was quite dark, and maybe I should also give you a view from above. Well, that additional space certainly adds a lot of crops to the otherwise not even that large area. I mean, I say that as if I haven't just planted 1500 wheat. Hi Carl, how are things going? I'm not looking at you, don't worry. Yeah, our Enderman, still stuck there. Probably will be so forever. What do you think of our farm area? The final piece of this side of the island? Let me know in the comments. Also, if you think we should add something that I've forgotten about. Maybe we could add some leaf litter eventually. But for that we have to wait until all the mods I'm using are updated to 1.21.5, but off the top of my head, that's the only thing that I think we could add fairly soon. also put down those signs which give us a rough idea of what we have to do today. And the first room is this one, where we're gonna display various items from the overworld. We already have the transition towards the nether with this fake bottle, you know, it's quieter, and a little bit of landscaping, and that is something that we will definitely continue. I don't want to have everything just a landscape. It's still supposed to look like an interior, but I'm thinking about having 2 more dioramas. Yeah, I think that makes for a good rough shape. And in case you're wondering why my mountain has a hole in it, well, that will be for a mine shaft, so we can bring in a little bit of movement into the whole build. Of course, first and foremost, I want to have a snow-capped cap. Yeah, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Snow. Maybe like that. And then let's add also a coal patch somewhere. Uh-huh. I think that looks good. The minecart now comes up and down. It will not be quite as frequent when we're done with the lower part. As you can see, that just dead ends at the moment, but just as a backdrop, I think that's perfect. So let's then focus our attention to the little hut and maybe a bit of a foresty area. Yeah, I think a platform like that, just like we have it with our starter hut, would look wonderful. You know, we can also connect that stair to here, so it's less of an awkward connection. And then we just have to decide where we put our house, or the silhouette of a house, I should rather say. Actually, I want it to stick out a little bit more, so it's not quite as two-dimensional. Yeah, I think something like that would work. So maybe let's just put a few greebling things around to give it a bit more interest, and maybe some leaves, thinking about it. And it just happens that this deck perfectly lines up with this window, which is kind of nice. And as you can see, I also could make this stairway a lot shallower, which for public space makes a lot more sense, I think. But speaking of two-dimensionality, the house is still pretty much, you know, that's the outer wall, but that's fine. And a bit of bone meal, maybe some flowers. And now, after all the diorama pieces are done, it is finally time to think about where we actually exhibit our items and stuff. You know, the actual community center, museum, exhibition, whatever part of the room. Alright, what do we think? So we have some shelves to put, you know, mini blocks or hats. We can also put a row up there. Of course, armor stands for armor and hats, as well as some chests. I think that works, so maybe let's put another one on this side, where there's currently a shulker monster growing. So I've put now 2 smaller ones in, as another 6 long would be just, you know, it would cover up the portal too much. And I've also put redstone lamps underneath. The beautiful thing about redstone lamps is that when you have a chest on top of them, you can't really see that it is a light source, but still it illuminates the floor wonderfully. And I've also put in a pathway. I don't want to overdo it, as at the end of the day this is not a terrarium, but I think this little path without too much detailing, no, just mud blocks and a little bit of cobblestone to the side, I think that adds a lot. And I also managed to hide in a crafting table here, which, you know, we don't have to clean up, unlike that stuff here. However, now comes the important bit, to actually fill those stands. And even though we're gonna finish the community center today, we will not complete it. In the sense, there will be empty spots for things we have not gathered yet. I think maybe the farm animals would fit in nicely with this main thingy, whatever you want to call it. The good thing is that heads can float. Otherwise, this will be very painful. And I think the NPCs would go nicely back on that wall. We are, of course, still missing, you know, a regular villager. Yeah, we'll see about that. Where to put the wandering trader llama? Maybe let's put it there for now, where the regular villager would go. I don't know, makes sense. And then we have lots of other junk, as you can see, which wants to go somewhere. Well, let's get also our trusty armor stance book. Yeah, as you can see, we have 3 different themes for all the displays. While the first one is, you know, focusing on survival, where we have the basic tools, armor, all the old, you know, my first wooden pickaxe, my old bow, other old tools I could find. I'm not pretty sure if they're actually my first ones. Probably not, because I've probably gone through a lot of those, but that's what I still could find. And these are definitely the first ones. That's why I've saved them. And I've also decided to get rid of the second armor stand and move the one into the middle, as, you know, with arms and tools, an armor stand like that is kind of bulky, so having 2 is just a little bit too cramped. But you know, looking at it, I think there's still one thing missing. It's a shame about all that XP, really. But there we have it. A Tony Spruce head. Awesome. I don't think he necessarily approves, but oh well. The second display is focused on exploration. So far these chests are still empty. I'm thinking of maybe having it temperature themed from cold to warm, but I think we can fill that up and redecorate that in the course of the series. And the third one is focused on NPCs. We still need a regular villager head, which will go under the bell. And also the only thing we currently have are all 5 levels of the ominous bottle, as well as the leftover weakness potion from Frank. Maybe we should put a leash in here. You know, once we get a villager head, we should put that head and a leash, maybe 2 leashes in this one. And we should get different colors. Yeah, I think I only have white llama heads, right? But with that, the first room is complete. And then I think before we go to the underground, we should focus on the nether, and the nether will be a challenge. First of all, I'm going to remove that floor because, you know, the nether is a very vertical dimension, but that will not make things necessarily easier for me. So let's just say I jumped a little bit ahead because, you know, the nether is awkward to do. But that's what we have. When you come through the big portal, we have a balcony, and there is no direct way to get down here. At least not from here. We will add in the proper way later on, so don't worry about that. However, you see that bridge over there. Let me get my spyglass out. That nether fortress bridge. I mean, there isn't anything up there, so no reason to go there in the first place, but, you know, there's a platform up in the sky, so you want to get there. And there is only really one way. And there really is only one way. And that is to parkour, which is very much, you know, in honor of in memory of my nether run, to get back to the fortress and to ultimately lose my stuff. Because I did not make it back there in time, as you can see, because I'm bad at parkour. Trust me, I did it off camera, but it's not really difficult. It's just that, you know, if you talk and try to do parkour, that's maybe a little bit much at once. Yep, exactly. What is wrong with me? But you know, that is very much possible and doable. What was that? And as you could see, you can also climb up there from down here. It's a bit of a maze, but it is very much possible. And you know, we just have some gilded... Is it gilded? You know, the nether gold ores. Nether quartz glowstone in the wall. But once again, I didn't want to turn it all into a nether biome, just have some dioramas here and there. And if we go down there, we have one large display with one of our withering skeleton skulls and a genuine stone sword dropped from a wither skeleton. It's a real one. And we have our blaze skull. And that here I really noticed that we need to get a whole lot more of nether related stuff and skulls, right? I think these chests are also all empty. I mean, we could put a guard tier down there, but yeah, there's definitely still a lot of stuff to get from the nether. And also maybe some stuff to hang on the walls, because that looks a little bit bland to be honest. But then again, I'm not too sure what we could put here at the moment. So if you have any ideas, there's always stuff we can add. And the actual entranceway, the proper entranceway, is down here from the mines. And after a long debating, originally I wanted to have everything properly accessible. You know, having some stairs going down here and another entrance for the underground section from here, but honestly, what cooler way of accessing the underground section is there than that minecart? So I think that's just the way it is. Oh no, how did that happen again? But what I actually was about to do, before we can decorate the underground area, we have to go to a lush cave. Because I just realizing in this whole Let's Play series, I found a lush cave, but I never really explored one. Neither on camera nor off camera. Is that the right way? Oh yes, it is. And there's still a baby zombie somewhere. I feel like there's always a baby zombie when I come to this place. You're holding a feather, that's why you're not despawning. Alright. There are diamonds. How do I get down from here? Oh, I mean honestly that's not what I came for in the first place, but... You know. But actually I came here for clay. So let's not get too distracted right away. But that's one of the most broken lush caves I've ever seen. I kinda like it. Still kinda odd. Alright, get out of here, zombie. Oh, you gave me your shiny helmet. Aqua affinity. Yeah, that seems fitting for that place. Oh, you can only get those with shears. Oh dear. Have I now destroyed a rare small drip leaf? I think I have. Where did suddenly all those fish come from? Okay, are there any more small drip leaves anywhere? More fish. We'll definitely want to get that spore blossom, but I don't think you need shears for that, but we're just rather safe. Sorry, right? You're mine now. Oh no, don't. These fish, I'm telling you. They have no survival instincts. At all. Come on, don't be like that. Where are they gone? Or where's the orange one? There it is. Oh. They are slippery. They are slippery. Oh god, there's a lot of nonsense down there. For a lush cave it looks kinda... unpleasant down there, you know. You would think these places are more peaceful. There's nonsense everywhere. Oh. Where did that one come from? Oh yeah. I've seen you before. Can't surprise me. There are axolotl hunting, but I don't have any more buckets. I mean, I could make some. Good, but let's focus maybe on the important things first. Small drip leaves. Maybe we should use the water stream to our advantage. What could go possibly wrong? Except for that, I don't see anything up here, and probably neither do you. I'm sorry for that. No drip leaf. Oh man, was there really just one in here and I destroyed it? That's sad. Oh god. Ooh, don't look at the Enderman. Thank you very much. We don't need that trouble right now. Ooh. Yeah. Talking about trouble. Okay, that guy has an attention span like no other. Oh, and there's a geode. Yeah, let's not fall down there. There's a diamond. But honestly, at that point, I don't think it's really worth heading down there for just a singular diamond. Oh, that guy even has a sword. I don't know where I shot now, just somewhere. Can I hit them from up here? Oh, I can't. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Don't panic, Tony, don't panic. The thing is, I can see just as little as you can, and that is... Ah, that was now embarrassing, wasn't it? That was very embarrassing. I'm just in a random cave now. Making a fool of myself. Well, there's a whole Enderman family. Lovely. There's a trapped creeper, I love that. Alright, I shouldn't be here. I really shouldn't be here. I'm just literally playing with fire right now. Just should get a few more axolotls and then be out of this place. Oh, and we still have not gotten the one diamond we came here for in the first place. Oh god. Well, that takes care of that, doesn't it? Okay, I guess at that point I'm out of here. Enough playing around. Oh dear! Oh god! These drop creepers! Told you I shouldn't be in here. Okay, where are the axolotls now gone? There you are. You're mine now. Whee! Predator in a bucket. Oh, and there are more diamonds. I mean, you know, at that point, what could happen? Another drop creeper? I mean, that could happen. Yep, there are some fish out of the water. Okay, a skeleton spawned. That's the wrong kind of predator. There's one. Oh dear, what was that? You're living dangerous life, dude. But so am I, so... Guess I shouldn't say anything, right? Oh, all the axolotls are now here. That's fine, I have to. I go now. I had enough of this. I had enough of this. So I guess a dripstone biome would probably go best in this corner. And we might even though that's the footprint of the building above, I think we can cut back the wall a little bit down here. Yeah, I think that works much better. And of course the ceiling looks very messy from, you know, the floor above with the ground texturing, so I think we just cover that up with some tough slabs. Enough for a lush area. That will be tricky. That will be tricky. And the spore blossom. Well, looks a bit awkward here. Maybe, yeah, that's better. Why are there so many creepers and why has that guy thorns? Gosh, the audacity. Alright, back to work. Enough distractions. And I just realized that having the netherrack on this side of the portal did of course not make any sense. So I removed it. And exchanged it for stone, but maybe a wall would fit in nicely here. Yeah, but that looks so much better. Small drip leaf. Alright. I'm not gonna kill that one. Not yet. But that's enough friendliness. I have now hit also some ores, redstone, as well as the elusive diamond ores behind there. And because it's so elusive, I'm also gonna cut one up. As well as some emerald ore. And these will be put here. Oh, another wandering trader. Let's see what this guy has. Maybe we won't kill this one. Actually, that guy has something useful. You can live. Sure, come with full diamond armor. Oh well, except for the boots. These zombies, they don't spare any expenses. Ouch, and thorns! Why does every mob in this world has thorns? Don't understand. Alright. What I actually wanted to do, that is to craft some more Why is there still a zombie up there? Was to craft some more rails. How did... Oh, a potato. Maybe let's put that into the museum while we're at it. A true zombie drop potato. So basically what I've done here is now added a geode, as well as the other half of that minecart line. Obviously so far it's very blocky, doesn't have any texturing. We will do that in a minute. But for now it's just important that the ride works. And it's intentionally slow, because you know it's quite a short ride after all. I think that's a good speed. What do we think? First of all, I've extended this display so we have a bit more room, so we can also showcase our amethyst collection of all the different growth stages. And first and foremost, there's our miniature version of a geode, as well as a minecart track leading up and down. And I'm sorry that it's quite dark here, you know, thinking about YouTube compression, but it is supposed to be moody in this corner. And let's give you a quick tour. How it feels to go up and down. Way better than stairs, or a lift, or whatever. That is just... every floor change should be a minecart. And now this wall of water is not there to hide my chest monster, even though it also does a pretty good job with that, but rather the entrance of the underwater section, or the water section. And in case you're wondering why the water is not flowing everywhere, it is because these stairs are waterlocked. Unfortunately, it does not work if you have our upper half slab waterlocked. It would need to be a lower half slab. Then it would work, but obviously a stair is the smallest you can get away with. Okay, this is bad. This is very bad. Let's try to approach from the other side. Stupid skeleton. Yeah. Poor Pearl. Yeah, I thought that would happen eventually. Maybe we shouldn't have that open. Maybe that's what I'll learn from that. After a moment of panic, I think she's back. And comparing to before, I think even better. And let's hope this never happens ever again. We got one! Prize is awarded. Let me show you the underwater room. I kept the upper floor rather simple with just a indoor swimming pool kind of vibe. We have 3 palm trees, which kind of reminds me that we actually still have to build actual palm trees outside, because that's really missing from this island so far. And also the new mangrove leaves came in handy for that. I actually did not have that planned, but it just worked out wonderfully that we found the wandering trader. And if you jump down here, you can't really dive, as it's just 1 layer deep and we have glass underneath it. And for this room I've decided to have a proper stairwell up and down after all. So we have easier access to the actual exhibition part, where we have our display with various heads, where we also gonna put our trident, and not like that. Here we go. And don't worry, we will repair it and actually use a trident, but for now, I think that's the best place to put it. And over there we have a small diorama with, of course not natural, but we found plenty of those 4-block high sugarcane. And in case you're wondering why there's a singular sad sea pickle in this pond, well, that's because I relearned that apparently you need coral to make more of them, and I don't have any, because we haven't been to a coral reef yet. Yeah, that has to wait. But otherwise, we have of course this beautiful ceiling. You will see this castle-like structure, which obviously that's not how a stronghold in Minecraft looks like, but that's what it's supposed to represent. Because if we go down here, and as this video is already kind of long, I now just skipped ahead and
finish the final room. Which, I mean, you all know what it is at that point. And that is the end. We have our dragon head. And our ant island, where there's just one thing missing. Beautiful. And I'm actually surprised how dark that black concrete actually is. I implemented a gradient in this. It has some visible steps, but I think that adds to the interest and character of it. And it's still, as you can see, it's not really dark here. It's properly lit up. And in case you're wondering why we have that water stream over there, that is to finish your tour and come out in the garden, where we have a pond with a tinted glass on the bottom, a few custom-built cherry trees. The vanilla ones are just too big. Generally, I don't consider this garden finished, but I will wait until all the mods I'm using have updated to the latest version, so we can play around with some of the new items, you know? The firefly bushes, leaf litter and stuff like that. So there's still a lot of work to do in that park area, but I just wanted to have something, and I think what we have here fills out the space quite nicely. And I've also now added in a seating area with some umbrellas on the balcony, very elegantly. And with that, the community center is not, how to call it, it's not completed, it's not entirely finished, but all the exhibition halls are now furnished, all the main areas are furnished, so we can for now tick it off and come back once we got more items, more stuff to display, more possibilities. It was a big project, both the exterior as well as the interior, but if you ask me, a very exciting one. And with that, we're also way past our 1000 days, as you can see, day 1070. And I think looking at our island as a whole, there is a lot we've done in those 1000 days. So I'm very happy about where this island currently stands. But what I'm even more excited about is all the future projects that I still have in mind for this place. Yes, we are far from done. And if you want to catch all those future projects and shenanigans I have in my mind, then please subscribe and join me again in the next video from Copper Island. Take care!